Our story begins in the town of Ebelstein. Here we meet a man known by a simple, unflattering title, the Lying Old Geezer. He was just a shabby, aging man from the slums who could only use the most basic one-star magic. Despite his lack of skill, he bragged about being a great mage and had such a nasty temper that he'd fly into a rage at any kid who tried to prank him. Watching him was a young boy with white hair and striking red eyes. And it was from this bitter old man that the boy would learn his first lessons in magic. Their relationship wasn't born from kindness or grand purpose. It was a simple arrangement. The old man needed followers to feel important, while the boy in this harsh world simply needed knowledge to survive. Winter came, covering the world in a blanket of snow. And then spring followed, breathing life back into the world as time passed. Through the changing seasons, the boy's training continued under the watchful eye of the old geezer. He pushed himself, focusing intently as he tried to feel the magic flowing through him. The old man watched in disbelief, wondering if this kid had somehow already grasped the flow of mana. Suddenly, the boy's eyes flared with power. With a grunt, he pushed his magic forward, channeling it through his hands. The energy took shape, forming a glowing blue shovel that shot out in front of him. The magical shovel flew through the air and slammed hard into a nearby tree. Both of them stood silently for a moment, looking at the result of his spell. The old man was completely stunned, sweating as he tried to process what he'd just seen. Just like that, a whole year passed by the old man's side. While running every kind of errand for him, the boy had managed to become a one-star mage. One night, the old geezer, drunk as usual, started ranting about the nobles beyond the city wall, complaining that some of their kids reach 3 stars before they even come of age. He sneered at the boy, telling him that a lowborn like him could spend his whole life trying and never reach that level, warning him not to get cocky. The boy listened in silence as the old man's bitter rant continued, his words echoing in the quiet night, that magic is all about bloodline, and that a commoner's struggle is ultimately futile. He was constantly hammering home the idea of an insurmountable wall between commoners and nobles, perhaps projecting his own lifetime of failures onto the young boy. As the boy sat by the fire, the old man's bitter words echoed in his thoughts. That night felt unusually long. The following day, a heavy rain began to pour from the sky. And when the boy returned to their usual spot, he found the old geezer lying motionless on the ground. He was dead. His entire body was covered in bruises, a clear sign that he had been brutally beaten. At first, the boy assumed he'd just picked a fight and lost. Without ceremony, he began digging a grave. But he would soon learn the truth. The old man hadn't died in a simple brawl. He was beaten to death by the city guards. He could only stand there over the makeshift grave, letting the cold rain wash over him. The story was that he'd been caught trying to steal a 2-star spellbook. No one understood why a man with no ambition would risk his life for something like that. But in that moment of loss and confusion, a glowing blue panel suddenly appeared right in front of him. The old geezer had always preached about bloodlines, but the boy knew that rule didn't apply to him. After all, he couldn't possibly have noble blood. The system window confirmed it. He had unlocked the basics of magic and now had to choose a primary school, a choice that could not be changed. Because he wasn't originally from this world. With this revelation, his new life truly began, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. His journey led him to a woman named Keisha Flameheart. She was the former mistress of the now-fallen House Flameheart. As a noble-born 3-star mage, her skills were highly sought after by mercenary groups. While staying in Ebelstein, she took on contracts with the Beldun Mercenary Corps. There, she met the boy who had joined young and was still only using 1-star magic. She decided to teach him. And that's how he began to learn from Keisha, a powerful 3-star mage, a world away from his first teacher. Time passed. Now a young man, he spent his days training and working out of a tavern called Beldun's Tier. During one of their lessons, Keisha praised his talent, telling Derek it was only natural for a mage like him to want to rise higher. However, she also offered a word of caution, warning him that excessive greed would only slow down his progress in the long run. Derek listened respectfully, assuring her he would keep her advice in mind. With the lecture finished, she moved on to the practical lesson, instructing him to close his eyes and focus on his mana. Derek concentrated, following her instructions to sense his mana's origin, understand its flow, and use it to bring his imagination to life. As he sat meditating, a powerful blue aura began to radiate from his body, and Keisha watched him closely. Watching him, Keisha was impressed. He possessed a huge amount of innate mana, and thanks to his field experience, his control was incredibly stable. But as he focused, the aura around him suddenly flared, his eyes glowing with an intensity that went far beyond simple practice. Keisha's eyes widened. The power Derek just displayed was far beyond anything she had anticipated from a mere training session. Suddenly, a massive bang echoed from right outside the tavern, shaking the building. The patrons inside jumped in alarm, shouting and wondering what was going on. Derek looked down at his hands, still shimmering with residual mana, as the mercenaries in the tavern yelled, thinking they were under attack. But before he could say a word, Keisha quickly grabbed him by the wrist. "Derek," she said urgently, "don't say anything and just follow me." As the other mercenaries rushed out to find the source of the noise, Keisha quickly led Derek away from the chaos. She pulled him through the streets and into a quiet alley, far from any prying eyes. Derek followed, questioning her sudden haste. Once they were safely alone, she stopped and turned to him, her expression grim. "Derek," she began, "listen carefully to what I'm about to say." He looked at her, sensing the seriousness of the moment, and simply replied, "Yes." Keisha explained the dangerous politics of their world. Nobles were incredibly sensitive about their privileges, and magic was the greatest one they had. While innate talent was seen as a blessing for a noble, it was a curse for a commoner. It was almost unheard of for commoners to reach 3 stars. The very few who did were old men who had devoted their entire, long lives to the craft, not a young boy. And then she revealed the truth. The explosion wasn't real. What he had just used was a 2-star delusion-type spell called auditory hallucination. And that was how, at only 14 years old, Derek had officially become a 2-star mage. After that day, Keisha and Derek traveled together. She passed down various spells to him and even taught him about the high society she was once a part of. A year passed, and the time finally came for Keisha to leave Ebelstein for good. Derek heard that she had been appointed as a private tutor by the powerful county of Elvester. House Elvester was a family of such high standing that even the Grand Duke of the capital had to treat them with respect. For Keisha, a noble from a fallen house, it was an offer she simply could not refuse. To become the magic teacher for a family of that level was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As she said her goodbyes, she left him a 2-star spellbook as a parting gift. With the knowledge from the book and his own system, Derek's list of acquired magic grew, covering everything from combat and transformation to delusion and summoning. He clung to the book she gave him, studying it relentlessly. Another year later, at the age of 16, Derek had fully mastered 2 more 2-star spells through self-study and was ready to forge his own path. He was just 16 years old, but his journey was far from over. He had no intention of stopping here. Back at the Beldun's Tier Tavern, the mercenary master rushed over to Derek, ecstatic. "Derek," he shouted, "we finally got a proper request for once." Derek looked up from his seat, unimpressed. "What kind of request?" he asked calmly. The master's eyes gleamed with excitement. "It's a request from House Duplain, the Grand Duchy. Do you understand what that means?" Derek's expression sharpened. Duplain was one of the most powerful families in the Empire. He was immediately suspicious, wondering why such a powerful house would hire a small mercenary corps. But the master was completely blinded by the potential riches, shouting about how Duplain spends gold like other people spend water. He grabbed Derek, shaking him with excitement. This was their chance to open a path and build connections with one of the great houses. Derek remained calm, brushing the master's hands off him. "So what do they want us to do?" The master explained it was a simple request to subdue a few monsters on their territory. Derek's suspicion only grew. That's it, for a family of that stature. His instincts told him something was wrong. Why would a family as big as Duplain ask a mere mercenary corps to clear out monsters? It didn't add up. "I'm not doing it. Get someone else," Derek said, turning to leave as the master yelled for him to wait. He glanced over his shoulder. "You know I don't take shady jobs, just call someone else." The master was desperate. "If I could get someone else, I would," he yelled. "They said they need a mage, a mage. Don't you know how scarce they are in mercenary corps these days?" He insisted that Derek was the only one who could do it. But Derek was still skeptical, wondering why a mage was needed just to kill a few monsters. He didn't want to get involved. Just as Derek was about to walk away, the master slammed his fist on the counter. "1 gold coin," he roared. "This isn't even the fee, it's an advance payment." That gave Derek pause. A single gold coin as a down payment was an unheard-of amount. Whatever this job was, it was serious. Derek agreed to at least meet the clients. He was led to a table where 3 people sat. A haughty-looking man with a monocle, a woman dressed as a maid, and a young girl whose face was hidden by a deep blue hood. The master proudly presented Derek, but the noble dispatch officer immediately dismissed him with a sharp, "Absolutely not." He looked down his nose at Derek, disgusted. He couldn't believe they would send a child who hadn't even had his coming-of-age ceremony for a job this important. The master frantically tried to reassure him, insisting that Derek was the real deal and the best mage he knew. But the dispatch officer wasn't convinced. "Let's go," he said coldly. "This isn't a task to entrust to some child." As the officer began to whisper with the maid, preparing to leave, someone else made a move. The hooded girl, who had been silent until now, watched the exchange intently. She stepped forward, her voice cutting through the argument, her gaze fixed on Derek. "Derek, was it?" she said. "Let's talk." Following the girl's decision, Derek was led into the forests of the Grand Duchy of Duplain to prove his worth. The test began immediately. The moment a goblin appeared, it was sent flying by a powerful blast of magic. Derek's eyes glowed with crimson light as he locked onto his targets. Without a wasted motion, he dispatched the first few monsters, moving with a speed that was almost inhuman. Another goblin roared, charging at him with its axe raised. But Derek was too fast, dodging under the attack and countering with a fatal slash of his own. He stood over the fallen creature for a split second before moving on to the next. Finally, he unleashed a powerful chain lightning spell, wiping out the rest of the goblin horde in a single, devastating blast. Not even breaking a sweat, he turned to his observers and announced, "It's all finished, dispatch officer." The dispatch officer and the maid were left speechless, stunned by the sheer efficiency of his slaughter. The hooded girl, however, simply smiled, clearly impressed. He had taken down that many in no time at all. Later that night, the mood was tense back at the Beldun's Tier Tavern. A blonde mercenary slammed her hands on the table, shouting at Derek, "So you became a noble's dog, Derek." The master tried to intervene as the mercenary, Peline, continued her tirade, yelling that commoners should never become a noble's dog no matter how lowly they are. The master tried to reason with her, asking if Derek had told her how much the job paid. Peline just sneered, asking how much they'd offered for him to throw away his pride. Changing tactics, the master held up a single finger, asking her to guess the advance payment. Peline scoffed, "What? 1 silver." The master just grinned smugly and shook his head no. "Not 1 silver, 1 gold." Peline's eyes went wide, her pupils turning into the shape of coins. In an instant, all her pride vanished. "Then please let me crawl between their legs too," she begged, as the master yelled at her to shut up. The night grew late, and the tavern slowly emptied out. Peline was now passed out on the table, drooling. The master turned to Derek and asked, "So how was the request?" Derek replied that it was nothing special, just killing a few goblins. The master pressed, asking about the clients, nodding that they looked like they had money. Derek's gaze hardened. "They did," he said, "but all 3 of them were lying." The master was taken aback by his certainty. "Really?" Derek laid out the facts. The noble dispatch officer said he was looking for 3 things: youth, stamina, and social skills, but he had none of them. He continued, "And the woman who called herself a scullery maid. Her hands were way too clean for someone who does rough work." He pointed out that her hands were soft and clean, not the rough, calloused hands of a maid who performs the most taxing chores in a household. "And that trainee inspector?" he continued, but his thoughts were interrupted as a familiar voice called out his name from the tavern entrance. "Derek." Derek turned toward the voice, his expression calm but alert. It seemed his mysterious job with the House of Duplain was far from over. Jaden, the mercenary captain, stated their policy plainly. They didn't pry into their clients' affairs. Their only job was to complete the mission and collect the payment. Derek listened to his captain, accepting the straightforward philosophy of their mercenary life with a simple acknowledgement. Jaden continued, reinforcing that in the unforgiving wilds where they operate, the only thing that truly matters is making a living. Everything else is just noise. The following day, their work took them to the Grand Duchy of Duplain. Standing over a field littered with goblin corpses, Derek reported to their employers that the job was done, assuring them that the goblin problem had been handled for the foreseeable future. One of the employers, an older man with a monocle, praised their excellent work. Jaden, smiling, immediately turned the conversation to the matter of their remaining payment. 2 shiny gold coins were handed over as payment for the job. Jaden was ecstatic, grabbing Derek and shouting about the 2 gold coins they'd earned. Derek, however, looked completely unfazed by the payment. The man with the monocle cleared his throat, interrupting Jaden's celebration to get their attention. He addressed Derek directly, stating that he held his skills in high regard and wished to offer him a new personal request. Both Derek and Jaden were taken aback by the direct offer, unsure of what to make of it. The man then revealed the incredible payment for this new request, 15 gold coins from the Grand Duchy. The amount left Jaden completely stunned. With the life-changing offer on the table, the man looked at Derek expectantly, asking if he would accept the job. Without a moment's hesitation, Derek gave his answer a firm and simple yes. With the deal struck, they set off on a new journey. A carriage rattled down a path, taking them toward their next destination. Their journey concluded at the breathtakingly large residence of the Grand Duchy of Duplain. As they walked onto the grounds, Derek and Jaden couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer scale and grandeur of the Grand Duke's home. The man who hired them decided it was time for a proper introduction. Jaden, trying to keep the mood light, insisted there was no need for formalities. But the man insisted, revealing his true identity. He was Delon, the Grand Steward serving Grand Duke Duplain, and he apologized for concealing his high status. Jaden was completely flustered by the revelation, suddenly at a loss for words. Derek, however, remained as stoic as ever. Just then, another woman approached and introduced herself with a gentle smile as Katerina, the Grand Duke's head maid. Overwhelmed by the presence of such high-ranking officials, Jaden quickly bowed and formally introduced himself as the captain of the Beldun Mercenary Corps. Derek processed the new information internally. The dispatch officer was actually the Grand Steward, and the scullery maid was the head maid. He had expected something like this, but their ranks were even higher than he anticipated. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps drew their attention. Another person was descending the stairs to meet them. While Jaden watched with curiosity, Derek's sharp gaze focused on the approaching figure, already deducing who she must be. A young woman with dark hair stepped forward, placing a hand on the Grand Steward's shoulder as she passed. She turned, her long dark hair flowing behind her as she faced Derek and his companions. Derek watched her approach, his expression unreadable as he waited for her to speak. She introduced herself as Azelina Leaner Duplain, the eldest daughter of the house. With a polite smile, she revealed the true nature of the job. She wanted to hire Derek as the magic tutor for her younger sister, Yahello. Derek was surprised. All this secrecy and high pay for a job as a magic tutor to a noble lady. It seemed too simple. The scene then shifts inside the grand residence of the Duplain family. Suddenly, the doors to a large office burst open. A young man named Raig stormed in, demanding the attention of his father and brother, Valerian. At his desk sat the imposing head of the family, Grand Duke Duplain. The Grand Duke looked up from his writing, his expression cold and disapproving. He chastised his son for the undignified entrance, reminding him to conduct himself properly. Raig exploded in anger, dragging a crying maid forward. He shouted that his sister, Yahello, was the one who needed to learn dignity, claiming she had gone too far by laying hands on the staff he hired. The poor maid was trembling and in tears, clearly terrified after her encounter with the young lady of the house. His older brother, Valerian, calmly told Raig to lower his voice. reminding him that he was interrupting their conversation with their father. But Reg was too furious to listen. He ranted that Diella's violent behavior had caused more than 10 servants to quit in the last month alone, and she would smash objects whenever she felt like it. He slammed his hands on the desk, demanding to know how long their father was going to turn a blind eye to Diella's thuggish behavior. Valerian stood up and shouted his brother's name, trying to get him to stop his outburst. He ordered Reg to stop and leave the room immediately. Reg fell silent, but his face was a mask of fury and frustration. He continued in a lower, more intense voice, questioning why they had to keep Diella around. After all, he argued, even if she was a good-for-nothing. They still had Azaline, the perfect and dutiful older sister, to carry the family's honor. The camera focuses on Azaline, who is not present in the room but is clearly on her brother's mind. With cold determination, Reg declared his final judgment. It was time to let Diella go. The Grand Duke finally spoke, his voice dangerously calm. He took off his glasses and told Reg that such a decision was not his to make. Reg pressed on, revealing he'd already had the Grand Steward look into a monastery. He argued that it would be better for Diella to live a life devoted to God rather than as a burden, and better for the family to cut her loose if she was going to cause so much trouble. Before he could finish, a powerful force gripped his head. The Grand Duke had reached across the desk in an instant. With immense strength, the Grand Duke slammed his son's face down hard onto the desk. As a terrifyingly powerful aura filled the room, the Grand Duke loomed over his son, reminding him in a chilling tone that he had already been told the decision was not his to make. Lying on the floor with a bloodied mouth, Reg wasn't finished. He warned his father that a time would come when he would be forced to make a decision about Diella. The Grand Duke simply stared back, his expression as hard as stone, unmoved by his son's final plea. The scene shifts back to Azaline, who is now guiding Derek through the grand hallways of the residence. As they walked, she asked Derek if he'd ever heard of her younger sister, Diella. Derek replied that he had seen her name in the family registry. Azaline's smile seemed a bit strained as she confirmed this, admitting that her sister was likely not well known to the public. Just then, a set of large doors swung open in front of them. On the other side were her two brothers. Reg was nursing his injured face while Valerian walked beside him. Reg stuttered Valerian's name in surprise. Valerian, however, greeted his sister with a warm smile. He asked how her time in Ebelstein had been, showing genuine concern. Azaline returned the smile, assuring him that thanks to his care, she had been living comfortably. Valerian explained that Reg was a bit hurt, so they should catch up later. He gently guided his fuming brother away while Azaline simply agreed. Derek's gaze sharpened, taking in the scene with his piercing red eyes. He watched the two brothers, one composed and the other clearly still seething from his earlier confrontation. His eyes narrowed slightly, analyzing the tense family dynamics playing out before him. He then glanced over at the maid from the earlier incident, who was still standing by the wall, crying quietly to herself. Derek's expression remained neutral, but it was clear he was absorbing every detail of the dysfunctional household he had just entered. Azaline then led him into the Grand Duke's office. She told her father she was relieved to hear he'd been well in Ebelstein. She thanked her father, then gestured to Derek, formally introducing him as the magic tutor she had brought to take charge of Diella. The Grand Duke looked Derek over, his expression thoughtful as he acknowledged the introduction with a simple, I see. Azaline, assuming her father was busy, stood up and announced that they would take their leave. But as they turned to go, the Grand Duke's voice stopped them. He ordered Derek to stay behind. Derek paused and glanced back, waiting for the Grand Duke's command. The room fell silent as Azaline left, leaving Derek alone with the powerful head of the family. The Grand Duke picked up his quill and began to write, the scratching sound echoing in the quiet office. Without looking up, he remarked on Derek's youth, questioning if he was truly only 16 years old. Sitting calmly on the couch, Derek confirmed with a simple, yes. The Grand Duke continued his questioning, asking if Derek could handle magic. Derek, trying to appear humble, claimed he could only use a bit of one-star magic. The Duke let out a knowing chuckle, adjusting his glasses. He could see right through the boy's act. His expression hardened. He told Derek that he had no reason to lie and that humility isn't always a sign of virtue. Derek remained silent, his face unreadable as he processed the Duke's words. Suddenly, an immense pressure filled the room. Derek realized that being humble wouldn't work on a powerful 5-star mage like Grand Duke Duplain. Changing his approach, Derek bowed and apologized if he came off as disrespectful. The Grand Duke waved it off, saying he understood why Derek carried himself that way, warning that excessive talent can end up consuming a person. The Duke then pointed out that judging by his age and attire, Derek didn't seem suited to be a magic tutor. Derek met his gaze directly and stated plainly, "I'm a mercenary." The Grand Duke seemed to accept this answer. He declared that since his daughter Azeline had chosen him, he wouldn't pry any further. He then granted Derek entry to the residence annex where Yahello lived. As he was being dismissed, Derek stopped him, asking if he could say one thing. The Grand Duke paused, giving him permission to speak. Derek laid out his intentions clearly. As a mercenary, it was his duty to see his commission through. He stated that Lady Azeline had commissioned him to ensure Lady Yahello learns magic and can enter high society as a proper noble. The Grand Duke looked annoyed, asking why Derek was spelling out the obvious. Derek's expression became serious, as he explained that it was because he had an earnest request to make of the Duke himself. The Grand Duke was intrigued, wondering what this young mercenary could possibly want from him. The scene cuts away to a maid carrying a tray. She trips and a plate goes flying. It smashes against the wall, and the maid lets out a terrified scream. She immediately bows, apologizing profusely to a girl in a red dress. But the girl, Yahello, coldly asks if apologizing will change her lowly status. Yahello orders the terrified maid to get out of her sight, threatening to throw the plate at her face if she ever shows herself again. The scene shifts again, this time to Azeline having tea with Jaden, Derek's mercenary captain. Jaden asks the question on his mind, why Derek of all people? He pointed out that famous magic tutors would be lining up for a job at the Grand Duchy, and that a commoner would have a difficult time teaching a noble. Azeline explained her reasoning with a tired smile. She had already tried almost every famous magic master on the continent, and they had all given up on her sister. So, she opted for someone who could use magic but was also in desperate circumstances. Azeline went on, explaining her reasoning. Although Derek was a mercenary, he seemed to have a surprising knowledge of noble culture. She speculated that his master was likely a fallen noble who had taught him these refined ways. Smiling, Azeline concluded that she saw this refinement as a sign of his character. It was this quality that gave her hope, making her believe that he might just be the one who could gently rein in Yahello and lead her. Jaden chuckled, telling Lady Azeline that she needed to learn how to see through people better. Azeline was taken aback by his comment. He explained that Derek was a mage who grew up on the streets and worked as a mercenary before he was even an adult. He then posed a sharp question. Do you think someone from the streets can survive from nothing but refinement and kindness? Azeline's confident smile faltered slightly as she absorbed the mercenary captain's harsh dose of reality. Meanwhile, Derek was being escorted by the Grand Steward and the head maid down a long corridor. They led him to a large set of doors, the entrance to the annex where the young Lady Yahello resided. Derek raised his hand, preparing to announce his arrival. He knocked firmly on the door, the sound echoing in the silent hallway. When there was no response, he paused for a moment before deciding to proceed. He reached for the handle and turned it. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside and offered a polite greeting. He saw a young woman sitting with her back to him. He introduced himself as Derek and asked for a moment of her time. Without turning around, the second daughter of the house, Yahello Catherine Duplain, simply told him to come closer. Derek began to walk toward her as instructed. But as he approached, Yahello let out a wicked, triumphant grin. Suddenly, a bucket tipped over from above the doorway, drenching him in filthy water. Derek closed his eyes, standing perfectly still as the foul liquid dripped from his hair. Yahello laughed with delight. "Oh my, this is horrible," she exclaimed, mocking him by saying she thought a sewer rat had found its way inside. She sneered down at him, asking if he was the mercenary the Grand Steward mentioned, before deciding that, yes, he really did look like a sewer rat. She then grabbed a nearby chair, not for sitting, but to stand on, getting a better angle for her next act of cruelty. With a sadistic smile, she picked up another bucket. She mocked him again, asking if the gutter water she had prepared brought back memories of his hometown, claiming it suited him better. Through it all, Derek remained utterly silent, the dirty water dripping from his face as he took the humiliation without a word. Diella sighed in disappointment at his lack of reaction. "Oh my," she said, "I ran out of water, what a shame." At last, Derek raised his head. His crimson eyes weren't angry or hurt. They were cold, steady, and locked directly onto hers. Diella froze, completely thrown off by his silent defiance. This wasn't the terrified reaction she expected at all. All she could stammer out was a confused, "Huh." Enraged by his calm defiance, Diella shrieked, "How dare you look at me?" and lashed out with a powerful kick directly to his chest. Derek stumbled back from the force of the blow, catching himself on one knee. Diella stood over him, hands on her hips, expecting a reaction that never came. Her frustration boiled over. "Damn it," she muttered, stamping her foot, unable to understand why her abuse wasn't breaking him. She covered her nose in disgust, adding one last insult. "You stink." Derek remained on the floor, looking up at her. His red eyes weren't filled with anger or fear, but with a cold, analytical focus. Diella finally seemed to run out of energy, leaning against a table for support. And in that moment, Derek's inner thoughts became clear. He wasn't looking at a spoiled young lady, he was observing a patient. His conclusion was simple: it was time to begin the treatment. In a flash, a memory of Lady Diella's arrogant voice fills Derek's mind. She had looked down on him, calling him a sewer rat, and questioning his ability to teach her. The scene shifts to the Grand Duke's office, a place of power and authority. Inside, the Grand Duke Duplain stood by the window, his back to the room. His expression was grim, weighed down by the troubles his daughter had caused. Derek's voice cut through the silence. He explained that his presence meant Lady Diella's problem was severe, and as the one who loved her most, the Duke's decision was crucial. He looked the Duke straight in the eye, asking a single, critical question. How much authority was he willing to grant for the sake of teaching his daughter? The Grand Duke listened, his gaze steady as he considered the young man's bold request. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp slap echoed. Diella's head snapped to the side, a red mark already forming on her cheek. She was utterly shocked. Derek stood over her, his hand still raised from the slap that had sent her sprawling to the floor. He looked down at the fallen lady, his expression unreadable as he put on his glove. Diella touched her stinging cheek, disbelief and humiliation warring in her eyes. No one had ever dared to treat her this way. His voice was as cold as ice as he gave his first command, "Get up." His mind flashed back 3 years earlier, to a time when he was the student. He remembered asking his teacher, Keisha Flameheart, how she would handle a stubborn student who refused to appreciate kindness. Keisha had answered thoughtfully, suggesting one should try to understand and embrace such a student. Derek had pressed her, finding her answer too idealistic. He wanted to know what to do with a student beyond that kind of help. Keisha explained that the essence of teaching was to find a different starting point if understanding and acceptance failed. Derek, confused, asked what that could be. Her expression had darkened, her voice dropping to a low, chilling tone. The answer was simple: by carving fear into them. Back in the present, that same fear was now carved into Diella's face. His teacher's words echoed in his mind as he looked at his terrified student. His lesson began. He told her to treat others with consideration and respect, then repeated his command, "Don't make me say things twice. Get up." Hesitantly, Diella began to push herself up from the floor, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. But in a sudden burst of fury, she lunged towards him, her pride refusing to be broken so easily. She screamed, her voice filled with outrage, unable to believe a commoner would dare lay a hand on her. But her furious words were cut short by another sharp slap, silencing her instantly. Derek's eyes glowed with cold intensity. He repeated his lesson, making it clear he would not tolerate disrespect. Diella could only stare back, a twisted smile of disbelief on her face. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. Finally finding her voice, she shrieked for the Grand Steward, enraged that a commoner had dared to lay hands on her. Alerted by the screams, the steward Delon rushed in with the maids, frantically checking if Lady Diella was all right. Delon grabbed Derek by the collar, threatening him with the Grand Duke's wrath for daring to touch the young lady. Unfazed, Derek simply reached into his coat and pulled out a rolled-up document. He held out the contract for all to see, declaring that the Grand Duke had granted him full authority over Diella's education, allowing him to use any method he saw fit. The steward adjusted his monocle, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized the Grand Duke's official seal on the document. Diella watched, her last line of defense crumbling before her. The authority she relied on was now being used against her. Later that night, the mansion was bathed in moonlight. But the quiet was shattered as another figure stormed through the halls. It was Diella's older brother, Valerian, and he was furious. His aide, Reg, desperately tried to hold him back. Valerian burst through the door, his eyes locking onto Derek as he yelled, "So you're the mercenary." Derek sat quietly, his gaze unwavering as he faced the angry young lord. Valerian lunged forward, ready to strike, screaming about how Derek dared to hit his sister. Reg struggled to restrain him, urging him to calm down and talk. Derek's response was calm and simple. He just told him it was something the Grand Duke had permitted. Reg tried to reason with Valerian, reminding him that their sister Azeline had brought Derek here, and that their own father had approved the arrangement. Hearing this, Valerian paused. He told Reg to leave and ordered Derek to follow him. As Derek got up, Reg quietly reassured him that Valerian wouldn't go too far, admitting that Diella probably needed a beating to come to her senses. Derek simply turned his head and walked, ready to face whatever came next. Trailing right behind Valerian down the corridor, Derek caught Reg muttering in the background, wondering why the hell his older brother was getting so fiercely protective over that hopeless sister of theirs. They stopped before a dark, unused room, where old dolls sat collecting dust in a sliver of light. Valerian pushed the door open and told Derek to come in. He explained that this was the room Diella used when she stayed in the main house, and it had been left this way ever since she moved. Derek's attention was immediately drawn to a painting on an easel, a beautiful but unfinished sunset landscape. Valerian's voice softened with nostalgia as he watched Derek observe the painting. He revealed that Diella used to love drawing, fondly recalling how she would blush adorably every time she asked him to look at her work. Valerian's expression grew sad. He added that despite her love for it, she never finished a single drawing, often leaving blank spaces and only painting the parts she liked. He then apologized for his earlier outburst, but Derek simply told him not to worry about it. Derek looked around at the room full of unfinished art and asked why Valerian had brought him here. Valerian wanted to show him that Diella wasn't always the person she is now. She used to be a good kid, but at some point, she became obsessed with her bloodline. Her obsession grew so bad that she was eventually driven from the main house and locked away in the annex. Valerian admitted he had no idea what caused such a drastic change. He revealed the true stakes. They had to stop Diella from being sent to a monastery. If she could learn even a single one-star magic spell, he believed he could persuade their father to let her stay. Grabbing Derek by the shoulders, Valerian's composure broke. He begged him, please save Diella. Derek held up a hand, processing everything he had learned. Something wasn't adding up. He picked up one of Diella's books. Looking at the countless notes scribbled in the margins, he realized she hadn't given up on magic at all. She had been studying and studying hard. He asked Valerian if all the books were from the School of Regulations, and Valerian confirmed it was the standard way nobles learned magic. Derek's eyes narrowed. He was beginning to understand the root of the problem. His gaze fell upon another unfinished painting, this one of a forest. A plan began to form in his mind. He closed the book with a decisive snap. Turning to Valerian, he gave his answer, "I'll give it a try." Night fell over the estate, casting long shadows through the windows. In her room in the annex, Diella was fast asleep, oblivious to what was coming. Suddenly, a bucket of ice-cold water was thrown over her. She woke up with a scream, shivering and soaked. Standing over her was Derek, holding the empty bucket. He coldly asked if she was seriously sleeping at a time like this. Diella stared in disbelief, sputtering, "Are you out of your mind?" Ignoring her completely, Derek grabbed her by the arm and began to drag her out of bed, telling her they had somewhere to go. She screamed at him to let go. He pulled her through the corridors as she struggled and yelled for the maids to stop the lowborn, but they could only watch in helpless horror. Under the light of the full moon, Derek dragged the terrified Diella out of the mansion and deep into the dark, surrounding woods. Without warning, he threw her violently to the ground. She landed with a scream as his shadow fell over her. Her real lesson was about to begin. Diella glared at him, her pride still clinging on. She spat that nothing he did would change anything, demanding to know who he thought he was to dare teach her. Derek just smiled, a hint of something dangerous in his eyes. He asked if she wanted to hear an interesting fact. His smile widened into a sinister grin. He confessed that he had no intention of teaching her magic at all. He just liked beating up stuck-up nobles. Diella's eyes went wide with shock and fear. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. He continued to mock her, saying there was no reason for someone from the bottom to like nobles. The whole tutor job was just an excuse. Diella stammered, asking what he was talking about. His face loomed over hers, his voice dripping with venom. It was an excuse to beat up arrogant, high-end mighty nobles like her. He drew his sword, the steel glinting in the moonlight. He mused aloud about how beautiful the screams of nobles were. Panic began to set in. Diella tried to threaten him, asking if he thought he'd be safe after doing something like this. He just laughed it off. He pointed out that she was going to be sent to a monastery soon anyway, so who would even believe anything she said? His words struck a chord of terror in her. He taunted her, saying a commoner's life was cheap, and if anything big happened, he could just apologize with his life. Her reflection appeared in the cold steel of his blade, as he added that killing her would be doing her family a favor, getting rid of their headache once and for all. The horrifying realization finally hit her. I'm going to die. Driven by pure survival instinct, she scrambled to her feet and ran, knowing that if he caught her, it was over. Her mind raced. She couldn't run straight for the residence. He'd catch her easily. She had to lose him in the forest. She plunged deeper into the woods, relying on her knowledge of the area to find a path back to safety. If she could make it back, he would be the one to pay the price. But as she ran, a sudden heat washed over her from behind. A massive fireball erupted behind her, blazing with intense magical energy. She glanced back to see Derek, his sword in one hand, the other holding the swirling orb of fire aloft. Her blood ran cold. Fireball, that was magic. And not just any magic. Fireball was a 2-star spell. How could a mere commoner, a lowly mercenary, possibly use 2-star magic? Derek just smiled, a chillingly calm expression on his face. He launched the fireball. Diella could only watch in absolute terror as the massive sphere of destruction flew towards her. With a terrified scream, she dove to the ground in a desperate, last-second attempt to save her own life. The fireball crashed into the earth just inches away, unleashing a deafening explosion of heat and light that tore through the forest and shook the very ground beneath her. Diella stared at the crater, her body trembling uncontrollably. The heat, the sound, the sheer power. It was all real. Her noble blood, her family name, none of it could have saved her. She was completely at his mercy. Derek looked down at her, his red eyes glowing in the darkness. A terrifying, predatory smile spread across his face as he said, I guess I missed. Late at night, under the light of a full moon, a desperate chase was underway. A young woman named Diella ran frantically through the dark forest, her only thought to escape the man hunting her. Gasping for breath, she pushed herself to the limit, her face a mask of desperation and fear. But in her haste, her foot caught on a thick tree root. She fell hard, tumbling to the forest floor. Pain shot through her body, but she knew she couldn't stop. She had to get up. Suddenly, a glowing blue arrow made of pure energy whizzed past her. Her eyes widened in terror as she realized her pursuer was using magic. Reacting on pure instinct, she threw herself to the side, narrowly dodging the volley of mana arrows. She stared in shock as one of the arrows embedded itself in the ground right where she had been. Just then, her tutor, Derek, appeared, effortlessly catching the arrows. He commented on her surprising speed, nodding it was impressive for someone who supposedly never left her room. Diella could only glare at him, her heart pounding in her chest. Without a word, She scrambled to her feet and took off running again, deeper into the woods. Derek simply watched her go, a faint, almost unnoticeable smile on his lips. As Diella ran, panic began to set in. She knew she couldn't keep this up forever. At this rate, he would definitely catch her. Suddenly, her expression shifted. She had come to a decision. Meanwhile, Derek crouched down to cast a tracking spell, planting his hand on the dirt and letting his mana ripple out into the surroundings. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He knew exactly where she was going. He recognized this forest from the paintings in her room. This was her territory, the place she'd been running around since she was a child. He recalled the painting, realizing that without even knowing it, she had felt the mana in the wilderness and transferred that feeling onto the canvas. This was definitely it, he was sure of it now. But his train of thought was interrupted when Diella burst from the trees, lifting a heavy rock over her head with a desperate cry. If she couldn't run, she would fight. Derek didn't even bat a fucking eye, completely unfazed. He whipped out his sword and with just a single swing, pulverized the massive rock into fine dust before it could even graze him. Diella's face went pale with shock and disbelief, her last-ditch effort completely useless against him. Standing over the fallen girl, Derek admitted her spirit was admirable. He acknowledged that, knowing she couldn't escape, she had chosen to fight back, a decision he knew couldn't have been easy. Diella was on her hands and knees, completely out of breath. All her energy was gone. Derek's cold voice cut through the silence as he observed that she didn't even have the strength left to run anymore. He pointed his glowing blade at her, asking if she had any last words. But instead of begging, Diella let out a quiet, bitter laugh. Even at death's door, her pride was absolute. She sneered, refusing to grovel like a commoner and telling him to just kill her. Her response seemed to catch Derek's interest. He questioned why she was so obsessed with her bloodline. Diella flinched as if he'd struck a nerve. Her voice trembled as she confessed her deepest fear. If her noble bloodline was taken away, she would have nothing left. Finally, the dam broke. She began screaming, pounding her fists into the dirt, her cries echoing with the one thing she coveted but could never obtain: magic. Tears of pure frustration streamed down her face as she yelled, demanding to know if he really thought she'd never even tried. Derek simply watched, his expression hidden in shadow as he listened to her desperate confession. Diella collapsed forward, sobbing that no matter how hard she tried, it never worked. She was terrified of being left behind in everything, from magic to her passion for painting. Her voice cracked as she repeated her question, wondering what she had left besides her family name. If even that was gone, then what was she? Her entire identity was crumbling. Derek stood in silence for a long moment, taking in her complete breakdown. Then the blue aura around his sword flared to life once more. Tears continued to roll down Diella's cheeks as she watched, believing this was the end. He raised his weapon high, declaring he had heard enough. With a final, chilling goodbye, Diella braced herself for the impact. He swung the sword down with incredible force. But instead of a sharp cut, the air filled with the sound of cracking ice. Diella squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for a pain that never came. Hesitantly, she opened them. The sword hadn't struck her. Instead, it rested on a massive, jagged pillar of magical ice that had erupted from the ground right in front of her. She looked up, completely stunned, surrounded by the beautiful and terrifying display of power. He hadn't been trying to kill her at all. Derek loomed right in front of her, his sword still resting on the massive block of ice Diella had just summoned, which had now formed a full-blown protective circle wrapping entirely around her. Staring at the glowing mana enveloping her hands, Diella could hardly believe it. She had produced magic. His test now over, Derek sheathed his sword. His entire demeanor changed. With a gentle expression, he commended her for her hard work and formally apologized for his harsh methods. Diella looked on, still trying to process the sudden turn of events. He explained that while it wasn't true magic yet, just a simple manifestation of mana, the important thing was that she had finally done it. The weight of his words, of her first success after a lifetime of failure, finally hit her. All the pain, frustration, and despair she had bottled up for years came pouring out in a flood of tears. She cried her heart out, not from sadness, but from overwhelming relief, right in the center of the ice circle he'd made for her. Sometime later, after she had calmed down, the mood in the forest had completely shifted. Sitting together on a fallen log, Derek finally revealed the truth. He told Diella that she belonged to the School of the Wild, a term she had never heard before. He went on to explain that most nobles learn from the School of Regulations. While all magic is the same at its core, the way it's understood and mastered is completely different for each school. The reason she'd always failed was because she was trying to learn magic using a rigid, theory-based method that was completely incompatible with her nature. It was like forcing herself into clothes that would never fit. Diella was stunned by the revelation. She asked him how he could have possibly known something so specific about her. His answer was simple. He saw the drawings she made. He told her that when he looked at her art, he could feel the mana flowing through nature that she had instinctively captured on the canvas. It's a common trait. Mages born with a temperament for the wild can often sense the mana in nature from a very young age. Everything finally clicked into place. All those years she hadn't been a failure, she had just been taught the wrong way. Derek stood up, telling her the lesson was over and she should be able to walk now. Still trying to maintain her pride, Diella huffed that this was nothing. He informed her that she had successfully manifested mana, and starting the next day, he would begin teaching her how to do it naturally. A new path was opening up for her. As he turned to leave, she quickly called out his name. With her arms crossed and her face turned away, she managed to force out a quiet, awkward thanks. Derek paused, perhaps a bit surprised to hear a word of gratitude from her. He told her it was time to go, and Diella, for the first time, followed him without a word of protest. As they walked, he casually asked about the sunset painting he'd seen. Flustered, Diella quickly denied it was hers, insisting she hadn't picked up a brush in a very long time. But in her heart, she knew the truth. The painting was more than just a drawing, it was her masterpiece, and Derek was the first person who had ever been able to see that. The next morning, sunlight filled the halls of the Duplain residence. Diella awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. For the first time in a long time, she had hope. She held up her hand, focusing intently, trying to recreate the feeling from the night before. A faint blue wisp of mana flickered into existence. Her eyes narrowed with concentration. But just as quickly as it appeared, the mana vanished. She sighed in frustration. This was going to be harder than she thought. Just then, a maid was walking down the corridor with a bucket of water. Diella threw her doors open and stormed out, not looking where she was going, and ran right into the poor girl. The bucket went flying, and the cold water splashed all over Diella's dress and feet. The maid was instantly terrified, stammering a panicked apology. Everyone in the household knew what happened when you angered Lady Diella. Diella glared down at her, her expression as cold and stormy as ever. Expecting a beating at the very least, the maid threw herself onto the floor, begging and pleading for forgiveness. But the punishment never came. Diella simply stepped around her and said, "Watch where you're going," before walking away. The maid was left in utter shock. Why wasn't she being hit? Why did the lady just leave? What was going on? The other maids gathered around, equally bewildered by this sudden change. They all wondered what could have possibly happened to her during her outing the previous night. Meanwhile, in another room, Derek was sleeping soundly. His peace was shattered by a loud, insistent banging on his door, and Diella shouting his name. He sat up groggy and annoyed, wondering what all the noise was about. He opened the door to find Diella standing there impatiently, with the head butler trying in vain to calm her down. She ignored the butler's pleas for manners and demanded that Derek teach her how to control her mana immediately. The butler froze, his monocle nearly falling from his eye. Lady Diella manifested mana. Diella stared daggers at Derek, reminding him of his promise to teach her today and telling him to hurry up. Her usual arrogance was now channeled into a burning desire to learn. Derek, who was clearly not a morning person, simply told her to come back in the afternoon and shut the door in her face. The butler, Delon, was overcome with emotion, believing Lady Diella had finally changed for the better. Diella, however, was simply annoyed at being dismissed. That annoyance quickly boiled over into her usual fury. She hammered on the door, demanding he open up and teach her this instant. Her goals had changed, but her temper clearly hadn't. But Derek simply rolled over, pulling the covers over his head to drown out her shouts. Her newfound passion could wait until after he'd had a proper rest. At the Grand Duplain estate, the day begins under a bright, clear sky, but inside something unusual is stirring. Inside the mansion, hurried footsteps echo through the halls. The maids gossip as they work, whispering in disbelief about the recent changes in the household. One of them mentions that Lady Diella didn't break a single plate, and another adds she didn't get hit for splashing water. But the biggest news sends a shockwave through the staff. Rumors are spreading that Lady Diella has manifested magic. Just then, a figure passing by freezes in his tracks, having overheard their conversation. It's the second young master, Reg. He turns, his expression sharp as he demands to know what they just said. The scene shifts to the Duke's office, where the matter is being formally discussed. Valerian reports to his father, Grand Duke Duplain, confirming the news. He explains that he has repeatedly questioned the head butler and the servants, and they all say the same thing: Diella has manifested magic. Hearing this, the Grand Duke lets out a small sigh of relief. But Reg remains skeptical. He warns his father not to jump to conclusions just because she's shown a hint of power. His older brother, Valerian, quickly scolds him. He insists that Reg should be praising their sister for such an achievement. The Grand Duke watches his son's debate, his expression unreadable. Reg presses on, reminding his father of all the terrible things Diella has done. In his eyes, this one small feat isn't nearly enough to change their plan of sending her to the convent. The Duke remains silent, lost in thought as he considers the difficult situation. The scene then shifts, rewinding to an earlier time. We see a younger Diella, sitting alone in her room with her knees hugged to her chest. Her tutor, Derek, walks in, hands on his hips, and asks if she's sulking. With her back still turned, Diella corrects him immediately. She's not sulking, she's angry. Derek sighs, telling her that acting spiteful won't change anything. But Diella stubbornly repeats herself, insisting she isn't being spiteful, just angry. He tries a different approach, telling her there's nothing they can do even if she keeps pouting, because there's an order to things. That finally gets a reaction. Diella whips around, her frustration boiling over as she yells, "I'm not pouting, I said I'm angry." Her sudden outburst leaves Derek speechless for a moment. After letting out her anger, Diella's expression shifts. She seems to relent, cautiously saying, "Fine, let's say I'm pouting." This sudden change of tune leaves Derek momentarily confused. Seeing his chance, Derek takes a seat, ready to begin the day's training now that she seems more willing to cooperate. Derek sits down, book in hand, and warns her that manifesting magic doesn't mean she can use it recklessly. He speaks from experience, telling her it could backfire. He tells her that rest is just as important as learning, but now that she's rested, it's time to study. Diella scoffs, mockingly calling him a stuffy magic teacher. A dark glint appears in Derek's eyes. He smirks, offering to teach her in a way that's anything but stuffy. Diella's mind flashes with images of Derek's immense power, recalling the terrifying chase through the woods. The memory alone is enough to make her break out in a cold sweat. She immediately backs down, flopping into her chair and grumbling, "Forget it." Derek gets the lesson started, explaining that they'll practice magic manifestation. Once she masters that, she'll be able to learn one-star magic soon. He describes his teaching method, the School of the Wild, as a style with no rigid system, perfect for self-study because it pursues freedom over strict regulations. He then looks at her and says that honestly she's a perfect fit for it. Diella is taken aback, stammering in confusion. Derek explains that her free-spirited nature is compatible with his methods. On top of that, he tells her, the Duplain bloodline means she's overflowing with talent. His words hit their mark. For the first time, someone is acknowledging her potential. Diella looks down, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she quietly asks, "You're saying I'm talented?" Derek confirms it, stating that anyone who can conjure an ice wall the moment they manifest magic is certainly talented. Diella's eyes widen as she excitedly asks if that makes her some kind of genius. Their light-hearted debate continues, with Derek insisting that talent and genius are different things, while Diella argues they're the same. Finally, Diella gives in, happily admitting he's amazing before eagerly asking what's next. Unseen by them, her brother Reg watches from a distance, overhearing their conversation. Reg clenches his jaw, clearly displeased with what he's witnessing. The next day, a completely transformed Yahello begins her training with surprising enthusiasm. She bursts into Derek's room, proudly showing that she can manifest magic but is struggling to control its direction. The following day, she finds him during a meal, excited to report that she tried imbuing her magic with cold, though it feels a bit off. And the day after that, she chases him down the hall, eager to tell him she can now feel the magic, but the sensation is strange. Her relentless pursuit continues. She even tracks Derek down while he's trying to read peacefully outside, demanding to know what he's doing there. She scolds him for being so far from the annex, questioning if he thinks their father lent him spellbooks just so he could slack off. Without looking up from his book, Derek calmly replies that yes, that's exactly why he was given them. But Yahello is too excited to be annoyed. She proudly announces that she succeeded in letting the magic flow like he instructed and demands that he hurry up and check her progress, grabbing his arm and pulling him along. Elsewhere in the mansion, the eldest brother, Valerian, stands by a window looking troubled. He seems to have something on his mind. Having made a decision, he turns and walks with purpose toward Derek's room. He enters Derek's room, where the tutor is already waiting. Valerian invites him to sit down for a talk. Once they are seated, Valerian gets straight to the point, asking how his sister, Yahello, has been doing lately. Derek reports that she's made quite a bit of progress, but admits that learning one-star magic will likely take more time. Valerian accepts the report and then changes the subject, informing Derek that his mother will be returning from a social gathering next week. He gives Derek a serious warning. His mother is not someone to be taken lightly. He explains that while the people in the estate are fine, nobles by nature, don't like commoners holding key positions. Derek's expression remains neutral. He acknowledges the warning and asks if that's all Valerian wanted to discuss. Valerian hesitates for a moment before continuing. He stands up and begins to philosophize, explaining that as the next head of the house, he must be sincere with every member of his household. He rambles on about how difficult it is to understand people's hearts and how different everyone's values are. Tired of the vague speech, Derek cuts him off, asking him to get to the point. Valerian pumps his fist in the air, a look of anguish on his face. Finally, the real reason for the meeting comes out. With tears in his eyes, he cries out, "Yahello won't play with me, Derek." Derek stares back at him, utterly dumbfounded by the childish complaint. Valerian continues his dramatic lament, reminiscing about how Yahello used to welcome him with a smile when they were little, calling her an angel. All the while, Derek just sips his tea, unimpressed. Leaning over the couch, Valerian desperately asks Derek if there's some way to win back Yahello's favor. Derek dryly asks why he's being consulted on this. Valerian explains it's because Derek is the only one Yahello follows around anymore. His point is proven by a flashback of Yahello frantically searching for her tutor. Changing tactics, Valerian excitedly tells Derek to look at something he made, explaining that he learned how to make dolls from the maids. He proudly presents a crude, creepy-looking doll, asking if it doesn't look exactly like Yahello and if Derek can feel his brotherly love. Derek's face darkens. He looks at the doll, then at Valerian and deadpans, "Are you trying to curse someone?" Valerian's hope shatters. He starts to cry, whining that Derek is completely useless for this sort of thing. Sometime later, a new figure arrives at the Duplain estate. The staff lines up to greet the Duchess. Derek stands among them as an elegant, older woman approaches, telling him she's heard a lot about him. She smiles, saying she heard they found a very capable magic teacher. She introduces herself as Miriella Dable Duplain. Believing him to be a talented mage from another noble family, she graciously offers to send him a gift from her personal territory. But Derek quickly shatters her assumption. He informs her that there's no need, as he is not affiliated with any noble house. Miriella's smile falters, her eyes narrowing. She asks him to repeat himself, clearly not understanding what he meant. With a calm, unwavering gaze, Derek clarifies his statement for her. "I'm a commoner." The Duchess's refined facade shatters completely. Her eyes go wide with shock and disgust as she stammers, A commoner?" The revelation hangs in the air, promising trouble for the days to come. At the grand estate of the Duplain ducal family, a new face arrives. Derek, Diella's new magic tutor, is greeted by the head maid, who says she's heard a lot about him. She smiles, mentioning the rumors that they've found a very capable new teacher. She introduces herself as Miriella Dable Duplain, the lady of the house, and offers to send him a gift from her own territory as a welcoming gesture. Derek, however, politely declines the offer, stating that he isn't affiliated with any noble house. Miriella's polite smile freezes on her face, taken aback by his unexpected response. He clarifies without a hint of shame, "I'm a commoner." The reveal sends a shockwave through Miriella. Her aristocratic pride is visibly wounded by the fact that a mere commoner is teaching her daughter. The scene shifts to 1 week earlier. A carriage is parked in front of the grand residence. Azeline, Diella's older sister, expresses her relief at having brought Derek to the Grand Duke's residence. She tells him that while she wishes she could stay by her sister's side, she has other matters to attend to and is entrusting Diella to him. Derek gives a short, simple acknowledgement of her request. Suddenly, a man named Jaden claps a hand on Derek's shoulder, teasing him for his lifeless and unenthusiastic response to Azeline's heartfelt words. As they get into the carriage, Jaden gives Derek some final words of encouragement, telling him to wrap things up quickly before another woman named Pelline finds out and makes a fuss. The carriage departs, leaving Derek alone to begin his new, challenging assignment. Inside the moving carriage, Azeline suddenly gasps as if she's forgotten something important. Jaden turns to her, asking what's wrong. She realizes with a start that her mother is scheduled to return next week, and she completely forgot to warn Derek about it. Jaden doesn't see the big deal, questioning if that's really something Derek needed a heads-up about. As Azeline begins to explain, the memory of her mother's temper flashes by. A figure in a green dress storms through the halls with an imposing presence. Azeline describes her mother as a god of anger. In the flashback, Miriella slams her fist on a desk, outraged that a commoner is teaching her daughter, Diella. Her husband, the Grand Duke, remains unfazed by her outburst, calmly asking her to lower her voice since he can hear her perfectly fine. But Miriella refuses to be calmed, shouting that the real problem is their beloved youngest daughter, Diella. The Grand Duke takes off his glasses and calmly addresses his wife, admitting that he isn't fond of appointing commoners either. However, he reminds her that every single teacher with a prestigious bloodline had already given up on Diella. Still, Miriella is furious, unable to accept that they've hired a man who used to be a mercenary. The Grand Duke defends his choice, explaining that finding a decent magic teacher is difficult, and more importantly, Derek came highly recommended by their own daughter, Azeline. But Miriella is not convinced. She slams her hand on the desk, insisting that there has to be a certain standard for their family. Frustrated, she suggests bringing in her younger brother, Flam, as a tutor. Now that Diella has manifested magic, she argues, he should be able to teach her. The Duke immediately dismisses the idea as impractical. He questions the logic of pulling the person managing their entire territory just to turn him into a private teacher. Miriella loses her temper, shouting that the social circle of Ebelstein is just as important, and that it's a war zone in its own right. She declares that in high society, a teacher's reputation is everything. She can't believe he would want Diella to become a laughingstock by debuting with a commoner teacher who doesn't even have a family name. Just as the argument reaches its peak, the grand doors to the office swing open. A young man with long blonde hair, Valerian, enters the room. He calmly asks his mother to calm down, hoping she didn't come just to fight with their father. Miriella tells Valerian to step aside, stating that the issue is too important to ignore. For her, the only question that matters is whether that commoner is truly qualified to be Diella's teacher. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in, agreeing with Miriella's point. Miriella's expression softens as she sees her other son, Rhaeg. Valerian, however, seems less pleased by his brother's arrival. Rhaeg walks in, calmly acknowledging that a commoner teaching a noble is unusual. However, he adds that if the man truly has the necessary qualifications, then he doesn't see it as a major problem. He then addresses his father directly, offering to test Derek's qualities himself through a magic spar. The Grand Duke immediately shuts down the idea. With a stern look, he states firmly that Derek is the real deal as a mage. Rhaeg falls silent, his jaw tightening slightly at his father's authoritative tone. Thwarted, Reg quickly changes his approach. If he can't test the teacher, he'll test the student. He proposes they test Yahello instead. Valerian looks over at his brother, a hint of confusion and concern in his eyes. Reg argues that if Derek is such an excellent teacher, then Yahello must have achieved excellent results. He declares that he will personally spar with her to verify her progress. The Grand Duke hesitates, considering his son's cold proposal. Seeing his father's silence as approval, Reg turns to leave. Valerian rushes after him, calling his name in disbelief. Valerian catches up to him, demanding to know what he's thinking by challenging Yahello to a magic spar. Reg turns back, his expression cold. He asks Valerian if he truly believes Yahello has changed, reminding him of all the trouble she has caused in the past. Valerian insists that Yahello is their only sister. He believes that as family, it's their duty to protect her no matter what. Reg lets out a short, bitter laugh, scoffing at the mention of blood ties. He explodes in anger, shouting that Yahello's very existence threatens to bring down their entire house. He's convinced that if she debuts in high society in her current state, it will be the end of them all. Valerian looks at his brother in stunned silence, unable to believe the cruelty in his words. "Is that truly how you feel, Reg?" he asks, his voice filled with disappointment. Reg doesn't even turn back. He coldly states that Yahello was the one who crossed the line, and the best thing for her is to be kept shut away in the annex, completely isolated. Left behind, Valerian can only watch his brother go, his expression hardening with unspoken frustration. Reg walks away, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. The battle lines within the family have been drawn. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, a bird chirps outside a window. The door to Derek's room flies open, and a panicked Yahello Catherine Duplain rushes in, calling out his name. Derek, who had been calmly reading, looks up and asks what the commotion is about so early in the morning. She throws a scroll down onto his book, the official notice for the magic spar. With her arms crossed, she glares at him and lays down the stakes. "If I lose this magic spar, you're fired." Derek's response is completely unfazed. He calmly confirms he's heard, then points out that since Reg is already a seasoned one-star mage, it will likely be difficult for her to win. Yahello erupts in frustration. She can't believe his nonchalant attitude, yelling that he's about to be fired. He gives her a slight, almost condescending smile. "I'm a mercenary," he says simply. "He does the jobs he's hired for and takes the pay. That's all there is to it." He adds that he's already been paid more than enough, implying that the outcome of this job is of little concern to him. His cold, detached words leave her speechless. She looks at him, heartbroken, asking if he really means that. 1 week later, the flag of House Duplain flies high, signaling the day of the long-awaited spar. At the ducal sparring grounds, the family and their attendants make their way to the viewing area. The Grand Duke and Miriella walk forward, their expressions stern and unreadable. The Grand Duke noticed Derek had already been posted up at the sparring grounds since who knows when. "You've arrived, Your Grace," he said, offering a respectful bow to the Grand Duke. Derek bows respectfully, his hand over his heart in a formal greeting. The Grand Duke observes him closely, noting that the commoner doesn't seem nervous at all. He wonders if it's a sign of confidence. Leaning back in his seat, the Duke is intrigued. He thinks to himself that someone with this kind of nerve isn't a person they should be so quick to cut loose. On the field below, determined footsteps echo across the stone. A figure in a flowing cape strides forward, clenching their fist with resolve. It's Reg. A cruel smirk plays on his lips as his true intentions surface. This won't be a simple spar. Today he plans to break Yahello completely. He ascends the steps to the dueling platform, his thoughts dark with malice. He vows to make Yahello regret every moment of her past, down to her very bones. Then, from the other side of the arena, another challenger approaches. It's Yahello, her face shrouded by a red hood, her expression set with grim determination. The scene flashes back to her conversation with Derek. She's repeating his earlier words, asking if he truly doesn't care what happens as long as he gets paid. In the flashback, Derek tells her that her magic growth is already on the right track. While she can't use one-star magic yet, he assures her it won't be long. He tells her that it's because she was born with Duplain blood. Hearing him bring up her lineage, something that has only ever brought her pain, causes tears to well up in her eyes. He reminds her of what he said before. The school of the wild that he follows focuses on self-study and practical application, not just inherited talent. But his words don't comfort her. She breaks down completely, crying out and asking why he's saying all these things now when she feels so hopeless. Derek remains silent, letting her release her pent-up frustration. Her voice drops to a near whisper as she makes a painful confession. "Derek, I know I'm not that great of a student." With tears streaming down her face, she begs him, admitting that she still wants to learn magic from him, and that she doesn't want anyone else as her teacher. He listens to her desperate plea, his back still turned to her. Finally, he turns around, his demeanor completely changed. He pulls on his gloves, warning her in advance that he knows nothing about the etiquette or rules of a noble's magic spar. His eyes glow with a new, dangerous intensity. "But I can teach you how to win in a fight." He issues a challenge, cutting to the heart of the matter. "Do you want to win?" As she stands there, the cruel whispers of the past echo in her mind. Voices gossiping that she has no magic, that she's a disgrace to the Duplain name. She remembers being a small, lonely child, surrounded by the judging shadows of high society, who claimed all she knew how to do was cause trouble. The whispers continued, comparing her to her talented siblings, calling her a burden to the Grand Duke, the child that would bring him down. The most painful memory of all surfaces, a voice saying it would be better not to have a child at all than to give birth to someone like her. Faced with this torrent of negativity, she finds her resolve. With tears still in her eyes, she answers him with fierce determination. "Yeah, make me win." Back in the present, Diella stands tall on the dueling platform. She didn't come here as Raig's younger sister. And she didn't come as the youngest daughter of House Duplain. She stood there, having cast aside her titles and her past. Her eyes burn with a new light, reflecting a power that is entirely her own. She is there for one reason, as Derek's student and as a mage. Under a clear blue sky, the flag of the Duplain family flutters, signaling the start of a formal event. In the grand arena, Diella, clad in a simple red hood, faces off against the richly dressed Raig. The duel is about to begin. The referee, Delon, clears his throat, preparing to announce the rules of the match to the assembled crowd. He explains that they will follow the sparring rules of the prestigious Ebelstein-Kelbram Salon. The first person whose protective magic circle is triggered will be declared the loser. With a sharp look, Raig officially starts the match. Diella meets his gaze, her expression just as determined. The protective magic circle is a special accessory. It's designed to activate and nullify an opponent's spell just moments before it inflicts major damage. Watching from the sidelines, Derek observes with a critical eye. He scoffs at how nobles use such expensive items just for sparring, nodding that Raig clearly intends to end this fight in under 10 minutes. Without wasting a moment, Raig begins his incantation. Green magical energy immediately swirls around him as he prepares his first attack. Diella braces herself, the wind from his spell whipping her hair and hood back. She quickly gathers her own mana, preparing a counter or a defensive maneuver. Raig's expression is cold and arrogant. He tells her she should just return to the annex where she belongs. He unleashes a powerful blast of wind magic, shouting her name as the attack flies across the arena. A massive crescent of energy cuts through the air, heading straight for Diella. But Diella's eyes are sharp and focused. She isn't intimidated by the scale of his magic. Instead of blocking, she swiftly ducks underneath the magical arc, dodging it completely. Raig is stunned by her agility, his face twisting in disbelief and anger. How dare she? Annoyed, he immediately launches another barrage of attacks without letting up. More blades of wind magic slice through the air, but Diella continues to expertly weave through them. She keeps her eyes trained on her opponent, calmly assessing the trajectory of each attack. Derek analyzes her movements. While she can handle basic magic, she's a total beginner in a real fight. By forcing the path of her dodges like this, she's burning through her mana far too quickly. Suddenly, one of the wind blades smashes into a wall of ice that appears out of nowhere. Having switched from dodging to defending, Diella stands behind a massive ice barrier she summoned to block the incoming attacks. Raig sneers at her defense. He recognizes it isn't even proper star-ranked magic, just a raw manifestation of power. He can't believe she thinks such a simple trick could ever stop him. He scoffs, declaring he'll just break through her little trick with overwhelming firepower, as he gathers multiple spheres of magic above his head. With a furious yell, he launches the multi-pronged attack, challenging her to try and block this overwhelming assault. Diella stands firm behind her ice wall as Raig's volley of magical spheres rains down upon her. The scene flashes back to Diella's training. Derek's voice echoes, reminding her that mercenaries fight differently than nobles. They don't care about fairness, their only goal is victory. He had warned her that this fight would be far from a typical duel. Even if she won using his methods, she would likely be criticized for it. Still, he laid out the choice clearly. She could create a path to victory, but she had to be willing to walk it. He asked her if she was truly okay with that. Without a moment's hesitation, she had screamed her answer back at him. Of course. Back in the present, that same determination burns in Diella's eyes as she faces Raig's onslaught. The flashback is over. His attacks hammer down on her ice shield, but she continues to evade, constantly moving. As she dodges, Derek's teachings continue to play in her mind. Among mercenaries, there are those who can win even when facing an overwhelming gap in strength. She recalls his explanation that such people don't duel, they fight. Raig grits his teeth, pouring more and more mana into his spells, determined to crush her. Fighting, as Derek explained, means controlling the battlefield by using the terrain and surroundings to your advantage. And Diella is doing just that, sliding across the wooden stage. Mercenaries use any and all available methods to seize victory, no matter how unconventional. They take advantage of even the slightest opening, the briefest moment their opponent lets their guard down. Raig's attack finally breaks through her ice wall, shattering it into pieces. With her defenses gone, Diella braces for the impact. A smirk appears on Raig's face. He's confident he's won, declaring, "It's over." Diella looks shocked as the final attack heads straight for her. The massive wave of energy seems to swallow her whole. It slams into the stage with a huge explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Derek watches the aftermath, his expression unreadable. From the stands, Raig's mother screams Diella's name in horror. Panicked, she shouts at the referee, Delon, demanding to know why he isn't stopping the spar, convinced that Diella is seriously hurt. But a calm, firm voice cuts through her panic. It's the Grand Duke Duplain telling her to sit down because it's not over yet. She turns on him, bewildered, insisting that she saw Diella get hit by the attack. But the Grand Duke calmly corrects her, pointing out the most crucial detail. Wrong, General Pelham's magic circle didn't activate. His words hang in the air as he continues to watch the arena, his gaze sharp and analytical. If the protective circle didn't go off, it could only mean one thing. Derek continues to watch calmly from his seat, completely unfazed by the massive explosion. The Grand Duke notices his composure. Derek hadn't even blinked. This could only mean he had expected Diella to grow this much all along. Back on the platform, Raig stands amidst the dust and smoke, his cape billowing around him. He's confused. He's certain his attack should have landed. So why didn't the magic circle activate, and where did Diella go? Suddenly, he hears a noise from below him. He glances down just in time to see the wooden planks at his feet begin to crack. A massive shard of ice erupts from beneath the stage, forcing him to leap back to avoid being impaled. He lands awkwardly, completely caught off guard by the surprise attack. His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the impossible, an attack from below the platform. He immediately protests, arguing that according to the salon's rules, leaving the platform should count as a loss. But the referee, Delon, simply shakes his head, making it clear he won't intervene. Raig scoffs in frustration. He realizes the rules were never written with such a petty trick in mind. They never considered that someone would interpret leaving the platform as anything other than stepping off the sides. He peers over the edge of the broken hole in the stage, trying to locate his opponent. But Diella is relentless. More ice spikes shoot up from the floorboards, forcing him back again. He's forced onto the defensive, frantically dodging the pillars of ice erupting all around him. He panics, realizing his predicament. He can't see Diella, making it impossible to land an attack. All she has to do is hit him just once. He leaps through the air, narrowly avoiding another spike, and realizes this spar has completely lost any trace of noble etiquette. Landing roughly, he stares at the hole in the stage, his mind racing as he calls out Diella's name. And from that hole, Diella emerges, her gaze fixed on him with cold, unwavering intensity. Her eyes seem to glow with a predator's light, all traces of the timid girl he knew completely gone. And in that moment, Raig recognizes the look in her eyes. It's the same unusually calm, analytical stare Derek had when his older brother once grabbed him by the collar. The realization hits him like a physical blow. He glares towards the stands where Derek is sitting. He knows Diella couldn't have come up with this strategy on her own. It had to be Derek's plan. A dark resolve settles over Raig's face as he realizes he's been played. With a decisive move, he reaches for the clasp on his own cape. He unfastens the garment and throws it aside, casting away the symbol of his noble status. If they want a real fight, he's ready to give them one. With a newfound intensity in his eyes, he announces that he'll play along with Derek's little scheme. The spar is about to get serious. The duel continues. Raig stands on the shattered platform, his own magic having torn the stage apart in his attempt to hit his opponent. Watching from the balcony, the Duchess cries out in shock. She can't believe Diella would crawl into a dusty pit under the stage, calling it an unladylike tactic. She pleads with her husband to stop the duel immediately. The Duke, however, remains calm, telling her to just watch since Diella hasn't actually broken any rules. He continues to watch the fight with a thoughtful and unreadable expression. Meanwhile, beneath the broken floorboards, Diella kneels in the darkness, surrounded by glowing ice shards. With dirt smudged on her face, she stares forward with intense focus, her eyes wide with determination. In that moment of concentration, something shifts. For the first time, she can clearly see the flow of mana swirling in the air. Raig suddenly feels the change from above ground, a jolt of surprise running through him as he senses her power. An attack erupts from below, and he's forced to leap back to avoid the sharp pillars of ice shooting up from the ground. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing she's intentionally disrupting his casting every time he tries to chant. He refuses to go down like this. Sweat drips down his face as he scans the area, desperately searching for a new strategy. His eyes lock onto a tall flagpole standing at the edge of the arena, and a risky idea begins to form in his mind. Underground, Diella senses that the flow of mana from her opponent has stopped. She knows he must be planning something. She prepares herself, planning to hit him the very instant he starts chanting his next spell. From the sidelines, an old butler watches with concern, muttering the young master's name under his breath. Suddenly, Raig makes his move, launching himself into the air and scrambling up the flagpole with incredible speed. He thinks to himself that at this distance, she won't be able to react to his mana. The only problem is, chanting a spell from this unstable position is impossible. He sees only one way to win. He decides to pour all his power into a single, massive attack to destroy the entire platform without needing a chant. Perched at the top, he unleashes a devastating blast of magic, sending it hurtling down towards the stage below. A mysterious boy with white hair and red eyes watches the scene unfold, his expression cold and unimpressed. The pillar cracked and splintered to pieces under the terrifying, crushing force of that magical bombardment. The flagpole itself can't withstand the shockwave from the spell, and its base shatters. As the pole snaps, Raig is sent flying through the air, losing his balance completely. A massive explosion rips through the dueling grounds, engulfing the entire stage in smoke and debris. Horrified, the Duchess can only scream her son's name as she watches the destructive blast consume the arena. Amidst the settling dust and rubble of the explosion, Raig lands safely on the ground, bracing himself with one hand. He looks up with a sharp, surprised glare, his eyes scanning the wreckage for his opponent. Suddenly, a figure bursts through the thick cloud of dust, sprinting across the ruined stage. It's Diella. Raig doesn't hesitate, immediately gathering mana and forming a glowing blue arrow at his fingertips. He fires the magic arrow, sending a streak of light whistling through the air directly at her. Diella's eye widens as she sees the projectile speeding towards her. She twists her body, throwing out her hand as a wave of her own mana erupts to block the attack. The magic dissipates just before impact, but the effort was clearly immense. Her face is a mask of shock and strain. She barely managed to defend herself. But Raig has already formed another magic arrow, not giving her a moment's rest. Yahello watches in horror as the second arrow flies straight for her. Knowing she can't block another one, she changes tactics and charges straight towards her brother. Raig smirks, believing he has the advantage now. He thinks that if he can just land one magic arrow, the duel is his. However, he underestimated her speed. Before he can react, Yahello closes the distance and lands a powerful kick right across his face. The blow sends Raig stumbling backwards in shock, while Yahello grits her teeth, a bit of blood dripping from her lip. He falls to one knee, clutching his chest and gasping from the unexpected physical attack. While he was desperately struggling to regain his balance, Yahello planted one hand on the ground and scooped up a handful of dirt and mud. Seeing her chance, Yahello scoops up a handful of sand and dirt from the ruined stage. And in a move completely unheard of in a noble duel, she throws it right into his eyes. Raig recoils, cursing as he tries to wipe the grit from his eyes, momentarily blinded while Yahello escapes to a safer distance. As his vision clears, he realizes what her actions mean. Using physical attacks and throwing sand, she must be completely out of mana. A thought crosses his mind. He can't believe she's willing to go this far, fighting so desperately to win even when she knows it's impossible. Standing up, Raig finally understands. This duel wasn't just a simple fight for her. It was a battle to prove her own worth. With new resolve in his eyes, he decides to honor her desperate struggle. He will meet her head-on with everything he has, not as a superior mage, but as her brother. The sun shines down on the ruined stage, signaling a pivotal turn in the battle. Yahello stands tall across the ruined courtyard as Raig slowly gets back to his feet. Exhausted and out of mana, she clutches her head, her eyes burning with frustration. She's at her limit. As a drop of blood runs down her chin, her mind flashes back to a memory from long ago. A voice from her past echoes in her head, telling her to think of magic as painting with a brush. The memory continues, explaining the analogy. Mana is the paint and the spell itself is the brush. You don't force it, you simply gather the paint that's scattered all around you. And paint a picture. In her memory, a man with white hair demonstrates, creating a swirl of blue mana under a starry sky. He turns to her and tells her that this act of creation, that is magic. The younger Yahello looked up at him, his words opening up a whole new world to her. The memory of that peaceful night, learning under the stars, fills her with a new sense of purpose. Back in the present, Yahello closes her eyes. A small smile plays on her lips as she lets the memory guide her. She focuses, recalling the lesson. Mana is the paint and the spell is the brush. A faint blue aura begins to surround her. Ignoring the rigid chants she was forced to learn, she reaches out, not with her voice but with her will. The blue light around her intensifies. She can feel it now, the raw mana in the air swirling and gathering at her fingertips. She opens her eyes, her gaze sharp and clear. With this paint, she decides she'll paint a picture. In a brilliant flash of light, the mana coalesces. A perfect, shimmering ice spear materializes in the air next to her, hovering inside a complex magic circle. She has done it. That is magic. The butler stares, his jaw slack and a sweat drop rolling down his temple. He can't believe what he's seeing. The Duchess is just as shocked, turning to her husband and stammering that Yahello, their daughter who they thought was a failure, is using one-star magic. Raig watches with a concerned expression. He mutters her name, worried that she's losing control and is about to cause a serious accident with a spell of that level. But Yahello stands perfectly calm, her hand steady as she channels the immense power of the ice spear. Seeing her spell, Raig immediately gathers his own mana, preparing to counterattack. He charges forward, convinced that the outcome won't change. Even with one-star magic, he believes he's still one step ahead of her. He's determined to hit her before she can hit him. He believes victory is within his grasp. Yahello holds her ground, her gaze unwavering as she faces his charge. Her own powerful spell is ready to be unleashed. Raig unleashes his counter, firing a volley of glowing magic arrows. He's aiming to overwhelm her before she can launch her ice spear. Diela's powerful ice spear meets Raig's volley of magic arrows head-on. Two opposing forces of magic are about to collide. The spells crash into each other, erupting in a massive, blinding explosion of pure magical energy that engulfs the entire dueling ground. The Duchess screams Diela's name in terror, her face pale with fear for her daughter caught in the blast. As the smoke and dust begin to settle, a mysterious, glowing sphere is revealed at the center of the impact zone. On this side, another sphere packed with chaotic mana appeared, having flawlessly pulled off its job as a ridiculously op shield. Raig lets out a shaky breath, exhausted from the immense magical energy he just expended. Across from him, Diela also breathes heavily. She's battered and bruised, but she is still standing, her expression calm and resolute. The final image lingers on the face of the mysterious man with white hair and red eyes, his intense gaze watching over the events that just unfolded. The story shifts back to 1 year ago. High in the trees, a mother bird carefully feeds her hungry chicks. Grand Duke Duplain walks through the estate with an official, who mentions a letter that arrived that morning from House Belmierd. The official asks how the Duke would like to handle the incident mentioned in the letter. The Duke glances toward a room where young Diela is sitting all by herself. She looks completely isolated, staring out the window with a lonely expression. Back in the present, the Grand Duke watches the end of the duel in silence. Diela is stunned, her face scratched and dusty from the intense battle. She stands alone in the middle of the broken stage, surrounded by the remnants of her magic. Something internal had been triggered during the clash. Raig is on one knee, breathing hard and clearly exhausted from the fight. Derek watches from a distance, his expression calm and unreadable. He keeps his eyes on Diela as the realization of the results set in. Diela breaks down completely, sobbing and admitting that she lost. The Grand Duke observes the scene from the balcony above. Duchess Miriella suddenly appears, absolutely livid and demanding to know what's going on. She looks down at her daughter crying on the ground, calling the duel vulgar and nonsensical. She's disgusted that a so-called master would teach such filthy magic to a lady of House Duplain. A flashback shows a young Raymond Oswald Duplain introducing himself as he joins the war effort. An older commander notes that Raymond's eyes look exactly like his father's. Eyes filled with ambition, the commander says, as Raymond offers a polite thanks. Back in the present, Diela is still a mess of tears and frustration. The Grand Duke tells her that her gaze has actually improved a lot. Maids rush onto the field, frantic and asking if she's all right. They insist she needs immediate treatment for her injuries. Diela snaps and shoves their hands away, refusing their help. She walks off the field, leaving everyone behind, including Raig. Raig watches her go, clearly at a loss for words. He manages to mutter a good work, but Diela just bows her head and keeps walking. A maid quickly offers to guide her back to the inner chambers. Diela walks away in silence, her shadow trailing behind her. She stops when she comes across Derek sitting on a bench. He looks up at her, waiting for her to say something. She looks down, unable to meet his eyes. She wipes away fresh tears as they start to fall again. "I lost," she whispers, clutching her dress in frustration. She chokes out an apology to him. Derek just stares back at her with a steady gaze. He stays sitting, letting her process the defeat. Finally, he tells her it's all right and that he's fine too. He encourages her to use this frustration as fuel to grow even stronger. Diela grits her teeth, crying but looking more determined than she was before. Diela continues her loud, uncontrollable sobbing, her grief echoing across the field. The maids can only watch in distress, while Derek stands by silently. A pair of urgent footsteps approaches the scene quickly. Duchess Miriella calls out to Diela, rushing over to her daughter. She kneels down immediately, her heart breaking at the sight of her daughter's distress. Hugging her tightly, she tells Diela it's all right and urges her to go get treated immediately. Diela clings to her mother, finally finding some comfort. The Duchess looks back at the master, her face beginning to harden. She wipes away her own tears, her expression shifting to cold anger. Derek starts to walk away, keeping his distance from the unfolding family drama. Miriella's gaze follows him, filled with deep contempt. Derek feels the weight of her stare and stops, wondering what her next move will be. She erupts at him, calling him a vulgar wretch and demanding to know if he understands the gravity of his actions. Her hand flies out toward him, the sound of the strike cutting through the air. She continues to insult him, accusing him of smearing filth on her daughter. Another sharp slap rings out across the training ground. She rants about dignity and values he could never understand. She turns to the Grand Duke, complaining that this wasn't even a proper magic duel. A final heavy slap echoes through the air. Miriella's eyes widen in absolute shock as she feels her own cheek sting. Grand Duke Duplain stands over her, asking who is truly the one behaving most disgracefully here. She's speechless, clutching her face and wondering why he would defend a commoner over her. He acknowledges Derek is a commoner, but emphasizes that he is their daughter's teacher and deserves respect. Derek remains composed, his gaze lowered as he listens to the Duke's defense. The Duke asks Derek to forgive her, chalking her behavior up to a mother's blind love. Derek doesn't say a word, his expression unreadable as always. The Duke invites him to the reception room for a private conversation. They walk away together, leaving the stunned Duchess behind. Miriella stares after them, her face burning with both the slap and the humiliation. In the quiet of the office, the Duke dips his pen as he prepares to write. He tells Derek that as the master of the estate, he intends to grant him a fitting reward. He asks directly if Derek desires a 3-star spell as his payment. Derek is taken aback. The Duke had figured out exactly what he was after. He realizes he's dealing with a man of incredible insight and power. The silhouette of their meeting shows two men calculating their next moves in the dim light. Without hesitation, Derek accepts the offer. The Duke notes that while 1-star magic was taught well, it isn't enough to survive in high society. Derek listens intently, knowing the Duke is right about the challenges Lady Diella faces. The Duke explains that Diella needs a teacher who can guide her, not just a simple instructor. He continues to write, focused on the paperwork before him. He mentions that Derek harbors an ambition far beyond what is permitted for a commoner. Derek realizes that the Grand Duke has been observing him much more closely than he thought. The Grand Duke speaks of how insulting Derek's ambition would be to other nobles, but admits he is willing to look the other way in this case. Derek is struck by how the Duke has already perceived his desire to reach for 4-star magic and even higher realms. Derek realizes just how frightening the Duke's insight is, even as the man warns him that a place like this won't be able to hold him for long. The Duke continues to sign documents, nodding that Derek's true intentions will eventually lead him far away from the estate. He looks Derek in the eye, asking point-blank if he is already prepared for the day he must inevitably leave. Derek gives a firm confirmation, and the Duke accepts this, though he insists Derek must still teach Diella a little longer. Derek thinks about the 3-star magic being offered, the absolute highest level a commoner is normally permitted to reach in their society. The Duke asks the definitive question, officially offering the prize Derek has worked so hard to obtain. With unwavering determination in his red eyes, Derek confirms his desire for the reward. Yes, I want it. A heavy stone door slides open, revealing a path of light into the restricted archives. Derek walks down the center of the massive, quiet library, surrounded by rows of ancient knowledge. He reaches for a thick, leather-bound volume from one of the high shelves. He flips through the pages, studying the intricate magic circles and ancient script inside. His gaze is fixed on the text, absorbing every complex detail of the spellwork. He's clearly impressed by the advanced theory buried in these pages. The shelves are packed with high-level spellbooks that most mages spend their whole lives trying to find. Getting his hands on these 3-star books is a massive level up for a commoner like him. It's more than enough reason to stick around this estate for a while longer. Back at the tavern, Belden is already dreading how Pelline will react when she finds out what Derek is up to. The sun shines over the quiet grounds of the estate 3 days later. Diella is feeling herself today, standing tall in a new dress and bragging about finally being a 1-star mage. Derek doesn't look too impressed, casually mentioning she barely pulled off one spell. Diella immediately gets defensive, shouting that he should be happier for her progress. He notes she's recovered quite well over the last few days, but she's still fuming. He reminds her that she was basically a mess and crying her eyes out not too long ago. She insists she wasn't crying and that it was just dust, but he's not buying it. She admits she thought he was getting fired and wishes her dad had told her the news sooner. Derek decides it's time to get back to work and start the next lesson. Diella's eyes light up immediately, eager to learn something new. He admits her growth is actually pretty uncommon, which only makes her brag more. She's already picking out flashy spells she wants to master, like magic arrow or wind blades. She's convinced that with a little more practice, she could even take down her brother, Reg. But Derek shuts her down, telling her they're going back to the basics. He explains that no matter how far she goes, the foundation is the most important part. It all comes down to mana control, which is what they'll be focusing on from now on. Diella is visibly disappointed, after getting all hyped up for something more exciting. She stares at him with a confused, slightly annoyed look. She asks why he's looking at her like that, wondering if she has something on her face. Derek admits he's just shocked to see her actually listening and being obedient for once. She claims she's always respected his words from the very start. That's a total lie, considering the time she literally dumped a bucket of water over his head. He reminds her that she did it twice, and she finally has the decency to look ashamed. She asks if he's really still holding on to that, and he tells her it's kind of hard to forget. To avoid the awkwardness, she starts shouting about how great the weather is and runs off to practice. Derek just watches her go with a faint smile, amused by her sudden energy. Training continues late into the night under the light of the full moon. Diella is completely exhausted, panting as she tries to push her mana further. Derek mentions he heard her schedule is about to get a lot more crowded. She collapses onto the grass, realizing the news about her classes has already reached him. She's stressed out because they're adding etiquette and general education to her plate next week. He asks if that's a good thing for a noble, but she's clearly not thrilled about the extra work. Diella is already losing it over her new schedule, listing off etiquette, history, and botany like it's a death sentence. She's completely baffled how anyone ever managed to survive through all of this. Derek just listens stoically, reminding her that this is the price of being at the center of high society. Under the night sky, Diella admits she just wants to focus on magic, but Derek points out they have plenty of leeway since her father was the one who hired him. Derek asks if she actually thinks anyone is bold enough to try and kick him out at this point. Diella gives him a knowing look, saying that while her father supports him, her mother definitely isn't the type to just let things slide. She explains that her mother is terrified that learning from a commoner will strip away Diella's noble dignity and turn her into a mercenary. Derek reflects on their recent spar, nodding that from a noble's perspective, there definitely wasn't any dignity in the way they fought. He tells her that silencing her mother isn't actually that big of a deal, though Diella looks at him like he's crazy. He explains the strategy is simple. They just have to remove her mother's pretext for complaining in the first place. Diella stares at him, her mind clearly racing as she starts to understand the plan. The sun rises over the Grand Duplain estate the next morning. Inside, Miriella walks through the halls with her head held high, looking every bit the stern mistress of the house. She's still agonizing over the fact that her daughter is being taught by someone she considers indecent. In her mind, she sees Derek as a savage, teaching Diella the mercenary way while standing over tied-up prisoners. She even imagines Diella barging into high society meetings with a dead boar on her shoulders, completely ruining their family name. Miriella is practically having a breakdown, haunted by the image of her daughter laughing like a wild animal. She resolves to find a way to get rid of that lowly commoner once and for all, reminding herself that she's the one who runs this house. The stress is clearly getting to her as she clutches her forehead, desperate for a solution. Suddenly, she hears Diella call out to her and puts on her best motherly smile. She greets her daughter with a warm, flowery expression, playing the part of the perfect noblewoman. Deep down, she admits she still loves it when her daughter acts like a child and runs to her. She waits for the usual loud greeting. But something feels off as she notices a change in her daughter's presence. Yahello appears, but she's dressed perfectly in a blue gown and performs a flawless, elegant curtsy that leaves her mother speechless. Yahello can only blink in confusion, wondering what she's looking at. Yahello apologizes for the delay in visiting while she was recovering, then politely mentions she has a piano lesson to get to. Yahello is completely caught off guard, barely managing to stammer out a response. Yahello explains her schedule is packed with general education classes and bows gracefully before leaving. Yahello tries to catch up, asking if the etiquette lessons weren't supposed to start until next week. Yahello just smiles brightly, saying she's actually looking forward to them thanks to her mother's consideration. Stunned, Yahello just tells her to hurry so she's not late, watching her daughter walk away like a complete stranger. The entire staff is frozen in place, unable to believe the girl they just saw was actually Yahello. One maid is so shocked, she literally drops her tray, the loud clang echoing through the silent hallway. Instead of snapping, Yahello stops to check on the maid, telling her to be careful and not to overstrain herself. The maid can only blush and stutter, completely overwhelmed by this sudden kindness. Yahello just watches from the background, her world turned upside down by the fact that her daughter has become the perfect noble overnight. The noble district of Ebelstein is as quiet and prestigious as ever today. A fine tea is prepared at the Rosia Salon, the hub of high society gossip. Azelina Leaner Duplain is hosting, apologizing for her distracted mood at their last meeting. She feels much lighter now that her biggest worries have been resolved. Elent Elfione Belmeard is relieved, having heard rumors of Azeline wandering into the dangerous parts of town. Azeline laughs, explaining she was personally searching for a magic teacher for her sister, Yahello. Elent is stunned that the polite Azeline went herself to find someone for the infamous Yahello. Denise Lineaire Veltus joins them, equally surprised by the lengths Azeline went for her sister. News of Yahello's sudden transformation into a proper young lady is already circulating through the salon. Azeline shares that Yahello has even manifested one-star magic and is behaving with newfound composure. Denise finds it strange that the Duplains are suddenly being so open about Yahello. She figures they must have finally found an exceptionally good teacher. Azeline admits that while he doesn't have a high status, his capabilities are undeniable. Denise is shocked when she learns that the teacher is actually a mercenary. Elent can't hide her disbelief at the revelation. Given Yahello's track record, the news seems impossible to believe. They remember how even the mansion's staff used to flee from Yahello's temper. To think a mercenary not only reformed her, but also turned her into a mage is staggering. Elent takes a slow sip of her tea, her mind racing with curiosity. She asks for the teacher's name. Predicting his future fame, she wants to know who he is before he becomes a legend. Azeline proudly reveals his name, Derek. Back at the Duplain mansion, Yahello Catherine Duplain is diligently practicing her etiquette. Her mother was truly struck by the young lady's newfound devotion to her studies. Yahello gives all the credit to Derek, saying he's the one who really taught her. She beams, happy to share how much she's improved thanks to his guidance. The head maid's polite smile falters as that mercenary's name keeps coming up. She stomps down the hallway, fuming that his name is on everyone's lips lately. She's clearly not pleased with the influence this outsider is having. In contrast, the other servants are relieved that Yahello has become so much gentler and kinder. Even the gardener has noticed the change, remarking on the young lady's persistent good mood. The butler is equally surprised to see her acting with such refined demeanor. Miriella Dable Duplain watches from the shadows, noting the noble dignity her daughter is finally displaying. Night falls, and the stars come out over the mansion's quiet grounds. A 3-star magic book sits open on the grass, glowing faintly. Derek is out late, sweat dripping from his face as he pushes through his training. His eyes flash red as he focuses his mana. He grits his teeth, determined to master the technique. Blue mana crackles around his hand, swirling with intensity. The strain eventually takes its toll, leaving him gasping for air on the ground. He takes a moment to steady his breathing after the grueling session. Reg approaches, hoping he hasn't interrupted Derek's late-night practice. Derek doesn't mind the interruption. He asks what brings Reg out here so late. The moon hangs high over the silent mansion grounds. Reg sits beside him, confessing he wanted to talk about Diella. He notices the magic book in Derek's hand and is surprised to see it's a 3-star spellbook. He can't believe his father lent it out. That's a huge sign of trust. Derek admits it's a bit advanced for him, but he figures there's no harm in studying ahead. Reg thinks back to his father's high praise. The Duke acknowledged Derek as a true mage. It's an impressive feat, and Reg is clearly starting to respect him too. Derek shifts the talk back to Diella, but Reg gets a bit sheepish. He asks a complicated question. What do teenage girls even like these days? Derek stares at him, waiting for the punchline. Reg blushed, wondering if Diella would like a doll. He even considered handcrafting one himself for her. But as he thought of this family's masterpieces, he felt a chill. It was less of a gift and more of a waking nightmare. Derek gives a flat, immediate refusal. Reg quickly backtracks, laughing nervously while Derek agrees it's for the best. Reg stands up, suggesting they finally head back inside. They walk across the lawn, the tension of the day finally fading. Reg offers a quiet thanks, but Derek just listens. Reg comments on the improved mood in the house and how satisfied their father seems lately. He's glad to see the household at peace, even if the Duke is hard to read. Their footsteps are the only sound in the quiet night. Reg realizes he needs to accept the changes he's seeing, especially since people can truly evolve. He admits he might have been looking away before, but seeing Diella's growth makes him want to change too. He gives Derek one last sincere thank you before they part ways. Derek watches him go, keeping his thoughts to himself. Reg mentions that Diella's magic feels unique, almost like she's painting a picture. Derek is impressed. Only a natural genius would notice her School of the Wild technique. He explains her style to Reg, who has only heard of it in theory. Derek notes that everyone uses mana differently, and soon she'll be learning on her own. He realizes that at her level, his help might eventually become more of a burden. He looks up at the stars, knowing her time to shine is just around the corner. 2 months pass, and life at the mansion has settled into a peaceful routine. Diella looks up as her maid brings in some fresh flowers. She takes a deep breath of the scent, feeling like things are finally going her way. She's mastered the basics of her magic, and finally feels close to the people around her. She knows she owes all this happiness to Derek's teaching. The maid asks if she's so cheerful because it's time for her magic lesson. Diella doesn't hide her smile. She picks out a flower, wanting to give it to Derek as a token of her gratitude. The flowers are in full bloom, just like her new life. But then the flower slips from her hand and hits the floor. Diella stands paralyzed in the hallway after hearing the news. Tears stream down her face. She can't wrap her head around the fact that Derek is leaving. Diella stands paralyzed in the doorway as Valerian confirms the truth. His cold, firm tone leaves no room for hope. Derek looks on with a hollow expression, his decision already made. He tells her plainly that his time as her teacher has reached its natural conclusion. The vibrant flower she brought for him lies discarded on the floor. Her brief, beautiful spring has come to an abrupt end, proving that no season, no matter how cherished, can last forever. The scene shifts to the Grand Duke's study, where Derek explains that Diella possesses a natural affinity for the School of the Wild magic. He tells the Duke that staying any longer would only end up holding her back. Grand Duke Duplain understands. Since the task is complete, there's no reason for Derek to remain in the mansion. A heavy silence falls over the study. The Duke stands up, looking away from his desk. He finally admits that Derek has brought real change to his daughter and the household. He confesses that his focus on territory management made him a distant father, but he's relieved by Diella's progress. He asks when exactly Derek plans to depart. Derek mentions he'll hitch a ride back to Ebelstein with Lady Azeline when she visits. The Duke tells him he needs to return the library key immediately. He insists on taking it back right now, rather than going through the butler. Derek remains silent for a moment. The Duke tells him he's free to go if there's nothing else to discuss. Derek looks down, absorbing the finality of it. He gives a respectful bow and turns to leave the study. Derek walks down the long, quiet hallway of the mansion. Suddenly, a voice stops him. Yahello is standing right there, accusing him of leaving as quickly as he arrived. She stares him down, her composure clearly shaken. Derek stands his ground, telling her his departure is unavoidable. She looks up at him, her eyes pleading as she asks if he can just stay. He looks away, unable to give her the answer she wants. He takes a step closer to her. He tells her he's returning to his life as a mercenary, but promises to keep studying magic. He suggests that once she builds up her skills, they can meet again when she debuts in Ebelstein. Yahello looks down, her eyes full of mixed emotions. Derek gives her a small smile, saying he'll have something new to teach her by then. She just grumbles that he's being annoying. She can't even argue because he's always right. Later that night, a full moon hangs over the silent Duplain mansion. Yahello tosses and turns in bed, her breathing labored and sweat on her brow. Nightmarish shadows swarm her, calling her incompetent and a failure to her bloodline. A younger version of herself stands alone, trembling as the voices say she should never have been born. Her eyes fly open in sheer terror. She bolts upright with a scream, gasping for air. She sits alone in the dark room, clutching her sheets. She realizes it was just the same old nightmare she's had since childhood. The door bursts open as Pelline rushes in, worried about the shouting. Yahello looks at the maid, her mind still racing from the dream. A desperate thought starts to form in her head. She wonders if she should go back to being the evil lady, throwing tantrums and causing chaos. She sits in the shadows, contemplating the past. She thinks that if she makes enough trouble, Derek might be forced to stay. Pelline rushes to Yahello's side, asking if she's all right or feeling unwell. Yahello stays silent for a moment, her expression heavy with thought. Pelline looks startled, sensing the sudden change in her lady's demeanor. Yahello resolves that she won't resort to her old, violent habits just to keep Derek around. She puts on a gentle smile and tells Pelline not to worry, deciding she wants to become someone truly valuable instead. Outside, the morning sun rises over the massive Duplain estate. By the carriage, Lady Azeline asks Derek if dropping him off near the commercial district is fine with him. She smiles, reminding him that they'll be departing soon, so he should finish his goodbyes. Derek stands by the carriage, looking as stoic as ever as he prepares to leave. The household staff and the Duke's family gather in the courtyard to see the tutor off. Valerian asks if he's really leaving, and Derek confirms he's going back to where he came from. Raig smiles kindly, acknowledging how hard Derek worked and offering his help should anything happen. Derek gives a deep, formal bow and simply says, "Thank you for everything." He catches Yahello's eye, nodding her intense, unreadable gaze. She stands with her arms crossed, watching him with a remarkably calm expression. She demands to know why he's looking at her like that, her pride still very much intact. She tells him not to get the wrong idea. She wasn't going to beg him to stay like some child. Derek smiles and says it was truly an honor to teach her, hoping she'll remember the magic they practiced. Yahello lets out a light laugh and says she's going to brag to everyone about him being her teacher. Derek just looks at her, perhaps realizing she's matured in her own unique way. She goes silent for a moment, her tough exterior softening. She warns him to take care of himself and not go doing anything stupidly dangerous. Blushing slightly, she insists that she's an adult now and can take care of herself. Derek looks at her, a memory from his own childhood suddenly resurfacing. He remembers himself as a young boy, telling someone he didn't need any help. A woman pulls him into a warm, protective embrace. She calls his name and tells him to take her words to heart. Returning to the present, Derek's expression is gentler as he looks at his student. He calls out her name softly. He reaches out and gently pats her head, telling her she doesn't need to grow up quite so fast. The gesture is too much for Yahello, and tears begin to well up in her eyes. She wipes them away as Derek turns and begins to walk toward the carriage. She calls out his name one last time. She waves frantically, shouting that they'll see each other again soon. Derek pauses and gives a respectful bow from a distance. He promises to meet her again in Ebelstein, and Diella finally lets out a genuine, tearful smile. Time passes, and the scene shifts away from the noble estate. A mouse scurries across the dusty ground of the Ebelstein commercial district. A heavy wooden door creaks open, letting in the harsh light of the sunset. Inside, the atmosphere is violent. A man is being brutally beaten by a group of thugs. The attackers cheer each other on, telling their friend to kill him. A heavy punch connects, sending blood flying as the victim collapses. Pelain, a rowdy acquaintance from Derek's past, spots him in the crowd and shouts his name with a wide, toothy grin. Derek offers a rare, genuine smile as he takes in the familiar chaos of the district. "I'm back home," he thinks, finally returned to his own world. Derek finally makes it back to the tavern he calls home, Beldun's Tier. The owner, Beldun, serves up some honey wine as a welcome-back gift for the pair. Pelain notices he looks a bit different after his stint at the noble mansion, almost like he's lost his color. She's dying to hear the gossip, since the idea of him being a magic teacher sounded like a bad joke to her. Derek keeps it brief, claiming he just did his job and there's nothing interesting to report. Pelain isn't buying it, joking that he's even picked up the fancy way nobles talk. She starts venting about how annoying it was to handle all the local work by herself while he was away. Beldun cuts in, more interested in whether the job actually paid enough to make the hassle worth it. Derek sets a heavy object on the table, saying he got something way more valuable than gold. He pulls out an ornate, leather-bound book that clearly doesn't belong in a place like this. Beldun and Pelain lean in, their jaws dropping at what they assume is a rare 2-star spellbook. Derek corrects them with a straight face. It's actually a 3-star treasure. The room practically explodes as they panic, convinced he must have stolen it and signed his own death warrant. He has to calm them down, explaining that the Grand Duke personally handed it over as a reward. Pelain is still in shock, half convinced he's lying and half wishing she could score a job that pays like that too. Later that night, as the tavern quieted down, Derek was still deep in thought. He asks Beldun if any new jobs have come in, catching the big guy off guard since he just got back. Derek admits he feels like he's lost his edge, while playing teacher and needs to get back into the field. Beldun laughs it off, but mentions that mages are always in high demand for the dirty work. Derek doesn't want to wait around, insisting on starting the very next morning. True to his word, they're on a carriage heading out before the sun's even fully up. They jump straight into the action, with Pelain narrowly dodging a massive troll's club. It doesn't take long for them to put the beast down, though it's just the warm-up. Next, they're clearing out a spider-infested cave, where Derek's mana-infused sword makes quick work of the monsters. Even during their breaks, Derek is glued to that new spellbook while Pelain tries to recover. While his partner sleeps by the fire, he's still awake, pushing himself to understand the new magic. He heads off into the dark woods to put the theory into practice. Gathering mana between his hands, he prepares to test out one of the higher-level spells. The air begins to crackle as he compresses the energy into a single point. A massive blast of light tears through the night, proving the power of the 3-star rank. The sheer force of the magic leaves a crater in its wake, and a lingering glow in the air. Derek collapses, gasping for air as the mana drain hits him like a physical blow. He realizes that while he's mastered the 2-star level, the gap to the next tier is like a massive wall. Days turn into weeks, and the seasons start to shift around the tavern. The autumn leaves fall, but the pair stays busy out in the wild. Eventually, winter sets in, covering Beldun's Tier in a thick layer of snow. The tavern door finally swings open, letting in a blast of freezing night air. Derek and Pelain stumble in, looking like they've been through a literal war zone. Beldun greets them at the bar, nodding that they're the only ones crazy enough to hunt in this weather. They drop a heavy, blood-stained bag on the counter, proof of a successful harpy hunt. Derek wipes the grime and blood from his face, looking exhausted but satisfied. Beldun mentions that since he's working so hard, he actually has a special request that's perfect for him. Belden explains that the job is well paid and supposedly easy, though it might be a bit of a hassle. It's a special request passed down from a mercenary corps on the west side of the city. He asks if Derek has heard of Count Belmiard, as the young man makes his way to the upscale district. Derek mulls over the details. The family is looking for a commoner to act as a punching dummy for magic practice. He arrives at the massive gates of the Nobles District magic sparring arena. Across the wide stone courtyard, a red-haired lady walks beside an elderly man. Elentilfini Belmiard asks her mentor who her sparring partner is, and he confirms they've hired a commoner. She looks back in disbelief, questioning why she's being asked to just beat up some random person. The elderly teacher, a bald man with a long white mustache, reminds her it's for her offensive magic practice, and they've paid the guy well. Elent finds the whole setup typical for nobles, seeing it as nothing more than an excuse for a lopsided beating. Her teacher mentions the guy knows basic magic, but she scoffs, confident her near 2-star status makes him no challenge at all. Meanwhile, Derek sits on a nearby bench, tightening his boots as he prepares for the job. He looks up and clears his throat as the two nobles approach him. Elent looks down at him with her arms crossed, skeptical about the young man standing before her. Derek stands and gives a polite bow, introducing himself by name. She tells him her name is Elent, though something about his name rings a bell in the back of her mind. As they head toward the center of the arena, she can't help but wonder why their mage looks so young. She starts stretching her arms, fully expecting this to be a quick and boring session. Before they start, she checks to see if he even knows the proper etiquette for a magic duel. Derek stays calm, simply confirming that he knows the basics. She tells him to resist as hard as possible, because she doesn't plan on dragging this out. Privately, she's already thinking about just using a shockwave to blast him out of the ring immediately. Derek asks a follow-up, exactly how much resistance is she looking for? The question catches her off guard, making her wonder what kind of ridiculous thing he's asking. He explains he just wants to make sure he's actually helpful to her training. The elderly teacher just shakes his head at the commoner's strange attitude. Elent lets out a little scoff at his confidence. She tells him he has a weird way of talking, but repeats her order: resist with everything he's got. Derek's expression shifts. He is utterly speechless at this arrogant noblewoman who thinks the world revolves around her. Blue mana begins to swirl around his hand as he accepts the command. Derek stands ready while Elent Belmiard preps her magic. She's already getting annoyed by his confidence. Elent charges her mana, thinking that reaching the 1-star rank at his age is decent for a commoner, but he's still way too cocky. She's determined to show him the real gap between their social standings. She lets loose a sharp blast of wind and ice magic. Derek doesn't even blink as the attack approaches. He shifts slightly, letting the magic whistle right past him. The wind magic shatters a massive tree trunk standing far behind him. Elent freezes, stunned that he managed to move that effortlessly. Derek just looks at her, asking what she's got for her next move. That look really gets under her skin. She admits he has a reason to be confident, but that won't change the outcome. Elent starts chanting, summoning a whole array of ice spears in the air. The spears hover around her, glowing with blue mana. With a sharp gesture, she sends the whole lot flying at once. The projectiles tear through the air toward Derek. To counter that barrage of ice spears, Derek hurls a crystal fragment straight ahead. Elent's face contorts in horror as her magic is utterly crushed by the commoner's spell. The ice spears either whistle harmlessly past him or are shattered to pieces by Derek's crystal. After shattering the barrage of ice, Derek doesn't even bother launching the crystal at her. Instead, he lets it drop mockingly right at Elent's feet. Elent can't believe a commoner has this level of magic control. The teacher watches from the sidelines, impressed that a commoner can manage this much precision. Elent drops the act and admits she underestimated him. She starts heating things up literally. She decides to stop holding back and goes for a serious strike. Derek notices the shift in her strategy immediately. He realizes she's stopped aiming for him specifically and is just going to level the whole area. She summons a massive rain of fire spears this time. She brings her hand down, and the sky seems to fall toward him. Derek looks up as the arena is swallowed by the massive area of effect spell. He knows there's nowhere to run from an attack this wide. Derek throws up a blue mana barrier to brace himself. The fire spears slam into his shield, causing a chain of heavy explosions. The spot where he was standing is completely engulfed in smoke and fire. The dust starts to settle over the ruined arena floor. Derek emerges from the cloud, already charging a spell in his hand. He catches sight of Elent moving in fast through the wreckage. She lunges forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. She prepares an ice spear right in front of his face at point-blank range. But Derek has a trick ready and snaps his fingers. A blinding flash of light erupts right between them. Elent is caught completely off guard, her vision going pure white. She stumbles back, blinded by the sudden burst of energy. She panics, unable to see where he went in the middle of the field. Elent tries to focus her hearing, hoping to track his position by sound. Elent is sweating, confused. Something just passed her, but she didn't hear a single thing. She panics, wondering if she just missed him entirely. Derek is closing the distance, surrounded by magic crystals that pulse with energy. He continues his leisurely approach. To him, this is nothing more than a simple sparring match, and he is merely playing the role of the instructor. On the flip side, our noble Lady Elent is frantically searching for him, only to have a crystal shard whistle past her face, catching her completely off guard. It turns out the reason Elent lost track of him was his use of delusion-type magic to mask every sound. He knew all along just how much she relied on her hearing. It hits her that his very first attack, the one that missed, was actually a setup to test her reactions. She's fuming, thinking he's actually going easy on her. Derek remains calm, magic swirling around him as he keeps up the pressure. She thinks there's no way he'll catch her off guard again. But her eyes widen as she realizes he's already moved. He's closing the distance even further, diving right under her guard. Elent won't back down. Rapid magic manifestation is her specialty, and she's ready to fire. Derek reaches out as if he's about to cast a standard spell from his hand. She focuses all her attention on his hand, waiting for the split second the magic appears to counter it. But her gaze drops as she catches a glimpse of his boot. Instead of charging forward, Derek slams his foot down hard against the ground. Watching this, Elent is thrown into a state of pure, unadulterated panic. Purple lightning begins to crackle and pop around the tip of his boot. She can't believe it. He's manifesting magic through his toes. The purple energy explodes outward as he lands the hit. The impact is massive, sending her tumbling across the training ground. Her teacher admits Derek's wild style is something a traditional mage can't even begin to read. Elent is left gasping for air on the ground, looking up at the mercenary standing over her. She admits he's a lot more interesting than she gave him credit for. She's honest enough to admit she looked down on him when this started. She really thought he was just another commoner talking a big game. They stand on the ruined arena floor as the dust finally settles. She acknowledges that he actually managed to teach her something today. She looks him in the eye and gives him a genuine thank you. But it was just a smokescreen. Driven by an intense obsession with winning, Elent faked her gratitude to lower Derek's guard, then suddenly stomped forward to unleash the very same magic that had just humbled her. Derek doesn't let up for a second, his eyes blazing with intense focus. As a seasoned mercenary, he's seen these cheap tricks 1,000 times before. With a sweep of his hand, he deflects the massive surge of purple mana, forcing it to swirl around his body before launching it right back at Elent. Elent lets out a desperate scream as she's blown away by the terrifying pressure of her own reflected energy. Not stopping there, Derek leaps into midair, his hand crackling with purple lightning as he prepares to gift her one final, crushing blow. His gaze is sharp and predatory, completely locked onto his target. Her noble pride and arrogance have completely vanished, replaced by a mask of pure shock as she realizes the fatal mistake of picking a fight with the wrong person. Derek launches an attack, purple magic swirling around his hand. Those red eyes stay sharp, focused entirely on the fight. Elent is completely caught off guard, her eyes wide with shock. The session is cut short by the sharp ringing of a bell. The old teacher signals that time is up. Derek lands softly, professionally bringing the fight to a close just like a textbook noble duel. He bows politely, showing respect for the match. Ellen stays silent, trying to get her breathing back under control. Soon after, they sit down for tea to discuss the session. She admits his skills are impressive, even for a mage. She notes the sheer effort it must have taken for a commoner like him to get this good. For Derek, it's just part of the job. Survival is everything for a mercenary. Ellen nods toward her teacher, warning Derek not to get on his bad side. The old man stays back, ignoring them while he reads. She brings up an upcoming match at the Rosia Salon, hoping for a solid result. Derek tells her she's already skilled enough that she shouldn't have to worry. But she isn't looking for easy wins. She wants to beat one specific person. An image of Azaline Aliner Duplain comes to mind. That's the woman she truly wants to surpass. Derek just stares back, offering no immediate reaction. Ellen realizes she's overshared and tells him he's free to go. He heads out, leaving the pavilion behind. She watches him leave, still deep in thought. The name Derek is definitely ringing a bell for her. She recalls Azaline mentioning him before. Suddenly, everything clicks. She looks at his retreating figure with a completely different perspective. A quick memory flashes by of him grabbing her arm during practice. The noble lady looks at him and flashes a mischievous smile. Derek turns back to look at her, unable to hide his sheer confusion. Now she's certain he's the same mercenary who trained Diella. Outside, the sun begins to set over the horizon. Inside, the fire is roaring in the hearth. Ellen cuts the small talk and tells him she'll do whatever it takes to win. Derek asks her point-blank if defeating Azaline is really that important. She says she wants to reach the next star level, or at least beat her in the next spar. He calls it a competitive spirit, but she thinks he's being too kind. She admits that her desire to win used to be much uglier than that. Derek listens as she finally opens up about her past. She looks down at her tea, calling her own jealousy dirty and pathetic. She spent so much time trying to tear Azaline down, but the girl only ever treated her with warmth. Derek stares at her, wondering why she's sharing these secrets with him. Ellen sets her tea aside, her gaze sharpening. She's ready to cast aside her pride and show him how serious she really is. Derek tells her to go ahead and speak her mind. She knows his history with the Duplain family and asks for his honest assessment of Azaline's skill. She wants a clear comparison to understand where her own abilities stand. That's the real reason she's seeking his guidance. Her mind is completely focused on the one thing that matters, defeating Azaline. Derek takes a moment to think before answering. He acknowledges that while Azaline is incredibly gifted, Ellen is no slouch herself. He tells her that her talent is real and just needs the right refinement. He can see the raw determination burning in her amber eyes. It's clear to him that she isn't just fishing for a compliment. He realizes she's truly desperate, willing to take advice from a lowly mercenary like him. The silence in the grand room is only broken by the crackling of the fireplace. He looks at her, ready to give her the cold, hard facts. He drops the bombshell. He tells her flat out that she can't win. Ellen takes the hit without flinching, her resolve only strengthening. Derek watches her intently, gauging her reaction to the news. Even with the odds against her, she isn't ready to give up. She declares that she'll find a way to win, even if it seems impossible. Derek is genuinely surprised by her sheer force of will. She reminds him that he managed to turn the good-for-nothing Diella into a mage. If he did it for her, she's certain he can do it for her too. Derek stays silent, considering the weight of her request. He finally admits there might be a way, but he has a few concerns. Ellen leans forward, her eyes lighting up at the glimmer of hope. He tells her there are two things they need to settle first. He starts by asking if she knows exactly how he trained Lady Diella. He flashes back to the brutal lessons, where he used a real sword to keep Diella on her toes. He was a terrifying teacher, pushing her to the absolute limit. Ellen admits she doesn't know the details, but she's prepared for anything. Then he moves on to the second point, his identity as a mercenary. She assumes he's worried about the scandal of a noble learning from someone of his station. She cuts him off, insisting she's serious about making a name for herself in the Empire. She explains that winning in their social circle is her top priority. She tells him to stop judging her sincerity, as she knows exactly what's at stake. Derek just stares at her, letting the outburst pass. He corrects her. He doesn't care about her pride, he just needs to make sure he gets paid. Elent freezes, her hand over her chest as she processes the misunderstanding. Her face burns with embarrassment as she realizes she was being overly dramatic. She quickly stammers that she'll pay him whatever he asks for. Derek looks at her with a new level of respect, deciding it's time to break out the harsh methods. An angel statue stands tall against a bright sky, setting the scene for a peaceful morning in the gardens. Azalina Leaner Duplain smiles while clutching her book, mentioning that the upcoming noble gathering will include a magic duel segment. As Elental Fione Belmier joins the group, Azaline notes it's already time for another event and mentions how Elent's skills have reportedly improved. Azaline keeps her tone humble, saying she'll need to make thorough preparations if she's going to keep up with her rival. Elent turns with a confident smirk, clearly enjoying the attention from the surrounding noble ladies. Azaline tells her they were just talking about her, while Elent quips she could hear Azaline's voice from all the way down the hall. The other ladies whisper among themselves, wondering if they should give the two some space to talk. Elent leans in with a sharp look, asking Azaline if she's ever actually experienced the taste of defeat before. Azaline takes the jab in stride, thanking her for the flattery, but insisting she can't afford to be careless against a rival like Elent. With a smug expression, Elent reveals she's finally feeling confident because she hired a new magic tutor. Azaline is intrigued, nodding it's unusual for someone like Elent to personally hire a commoner for such a task. Elent's smirk widens as she points out that the one who actually vouched for this tutor's abilities was Azaline herself. She leans in close, dropping the name with total confidence. Her tutor is none other than Derek. The name hits like a bombshell, leaving Azaline completely wide-eyed and stunned. Elent gloats internally, imagining Azaline's hidden rage and frustration now that her former asset belongs to her. Azaline's mouth hangs open as she struggles to process the news she just heard. Suddenly, Azaline grabs Elent's hands and showers her with enthusiastic congratulations. She looks genuinely happy, calling Elent wise and dependable for making such a great choice. This was not the reaction Elent wanted. She stammers out a thank you, completely thrown off by the lack of jealousy. Azaline's expression shifts as a new idea seems to strike her mid-conversation. She suggests that Diella Catherine Duplain should also get some extra lessons from Derek, since her progress has been a bit stagnant lately. In a brief memory, Diella is seen looking absolutely terrified and waving her hands in desperate refusal at the mere thought of more lessons. Azaline goes back into a thoughtful pose, wondering if her sister would really benefit from the help. Elent watches her with a suspicious squint, still convinced there has to be some hidden anger behind that calm face. Her internal frustration boils over as she wonders why Azaline isn't lashing out like she expected. Azaline tries to offer some advice about Derek, but Elent cuts her off, nodding it's getting late. She waves a cheerful goodbye, announcing that her first official tutoring session is about to begin. As Elent struts away with a victorious grin, Azaline watches her with a look of genuine concern. Azaline reassures herself that while Derek is intense, he isn't the type to do anything truly terrible to his students. She sits back and watches her rival walk off toward the mansion, hoping things don't go too poorly. Elsewhere, the girl drinking tea sighs, reflecting on the idea that everyone is just doing their best to get by. The scene shifts to the local tavern, Beldun's Tier, where a much different conversation is taking place. Beldun leans over the counter, asking Derek why his workload seems to be piling up so fast lately. Derek takes a long drink from his mug, explaining that as long as he can handle the work in town, he doesn't mind the busy schedule. Beldun looks worried, asking if the lady he's teaching can actually stand a chance against someone as talented as Azaline. Derek puts down his mug with a cold, serious look, stating that he still has a way to make it happen. He explains that the key is pushing Ellen to break through the 2-star level before the match. If she can reach that milestone, they can use the sheer power of her star-level advantage to overwhelm Azaline and claim victory. Belden hoists a heavy barrel, telling his nephew to put the wishful thinking aside and give him the real plan. Derek looks him dead in the eye, saying that this is exactly what he needs his uncle's help for. Belden pauses, giving him a confused and skeptical look. Derek adds that to make the environment safe enough for this dangerous plan, they're going to need Pellin's help as well. Belden carries a heavy barrel on his shoulder, giving his nephew a long, judgmental stare. He doesn't hold back, flat out accusing Derek of planning something reckless and nonsensical. Derek doesn't deny it, admitting with a calm face that the entire plan is fundamentally dangerous. In a sudden flashback at the tavern, Pellin is slumped over the table, wailing about being targeted by scammers. She throws her arms up in despair, crying about being drained of every last coin while the men in the room stay silent. The scene shifts to the exterior of Belden's tier as the owner sighs and offers the girl some money to help her out. The focus moves to a grand mansion under a wide, clear sky as the sun begins to set. Elentilfini Belmierd stands ready in the training yard, arms crossed as Derek announces they're starting with live combat. Stretching his arms, Derek explains that this particular drill is going to be repeated 10 times in a row. Elent is taken aback, questioning if he really intends to throw her straight into 10 consecutive rounds of fighting. Derek looks at her with an unbothered expression, insisting he needs to see what she's actually capable of in a real fight. Elent smirks, nodding that such a brutal approach is exactly what she expected from a former mercenary. She adds that she didn't hire him to sit around and listen to boring lectures from some old magic textbook. Blue mana flickers around Derek's hand as he tells her to get ready because they're starting right now. A cloud of dust settles over the training grounds, showing the intensity of the exchange that just took place. Elent is doubled over and gasping for air, her face drenched in sweat from the physical exertion. Derek stands back, offering a brief 10-minute rest before they pivot to discussing magic theory. Barely able to speak, Elent complains that her mana reserves are completely dry. Derek doesn't give an inch, telling her that if she digs deep enough, she'll find more mana to use. He harshly critiques her form, demanding 10 more ice spears as Elent struggles to focus her remaining energy. He continues to push her, asking what use she is if she can't handle this and nodding she's still 5 spears short of the goal. Next, he demands 100 magic arrows, ignoring her silent pleas that she has nothing left to give. Eventually, Elent collapses flat on the wooden floor, her chest heaving as she tries to recover. Derek looks down at her and finally gives her permission to go have some dinner. Derek watches her for a moment before asking if she's okay, even suggesting that giving up is always an option. That's all the motivation she needs. Elent snaps upright with a renewed sense of defiance. She glares at him with a grin, asking if he really expects her to quit after such a short training session. She mocks his earlier warnings, claiming she expected something grueling, but this just feels like regular hard work. Sitting back with a scoff, she tells him that this training is nothing compared to the cutthroat nature of high society. Derek looks down at her with a thoughtful expression, admitting that he might have underestimated her resolve. Elent walks away with her back turned, promising to show off her true abilities starting tomorrow. She turns back with a challenging look, telling him he better ramp up the intensity tomorrow because she barely broke a sweat. Derek catches the word tomorrow and asks her exactly what she means by that. Elent stops in her tracks and looks over her shoulder, a look of confusion crossing her face. With an intense, glowing gaze, Derek informs her that right now is only her scheduled dinner break. The realization hits her as she stands frozen in the garden under the twilight sky. She tries to laugh it off as a joke, but Derek makes it clear he's being completely serious about continuing the session. Behind the mansion gates, the training resumes as the stars begin to emerge in the night sky. Elent strains to conjure magic, her hands trembling as she manages a few weak sparks. She screams in frustration when Derek arbitrarily increases the number of arrows he wants her to fire. The torture continues with a jog through the estate, Derek keeps a steady pace while Ellent falls further behind. Finally, Ellent slumps into a chair, looking like a ghost and gasping for every breath as the first day of training concludes. Derek looks down at Ellent with a cold, piercing gaze, asking if she's all right. He notes that if the training seems impossible, giving up is always an option. He leans in slightly, his expression unreadable, testing her resolve with the suggestion of quitting. Ellent looks back at him with a weary but defiant smile, sweat beads rolling down her face. She scoffs that giving up is never an option, and that this level of exertion isn't even a workout for her. Derek remains silent, his red eyes fixed on her, observing the depth of her stubbornness. Derek finally straightens up, deciding she has rested enough. He calls for them to begin another round of sparring, much to her internal exhaustion. A banner across the sky marks a time skip of 2 weeks later, as autumn leaves drift past a stone angel statue. Under the bright sun, Ellent is slumped over a marble table, her face hidden in her arms. She asks Denise Linear-Veltis, who is quietly reading a book, to wake her when Azaline arrives. She murmurs a quiet thanks, admitting that her constant magic training has left her completely drained. Denise looks up from her book, her blue eyes curious. She asks Ellent why she pushes herself so hard to the point of collapse. Ellent doesn't move, her silence hanging heavy in the afternoon air. Ellent lifts her head just enough to show a sharp, determined look. She simply states that she does it to win, because she wants to win more than anything. Denise stares back at her, surprised by the raw intensity in her friend's voice. Denise smiles softly and encourages her to hang in there, promising to cheer for her success. Denise blinks as she notices someone approaching in the distance. A group of noble ladies approaches the garden terrace. Denise announces that Azaline Aliner Duplain has finally arrived. Ellent immediately snaps upright, her posture rigid as she desperately tries to mask her exhaustion. Azaline Aliner Duplain appears, her long dark hair flowing behind her as she looks toward the table. With panicked movements, Ellent quickly tries to fix her hair and smooth her clothes, unwilling to let her rival see her in a weakened state. Azaline smiles radiantly, mentioning a newly opened clothing store and inviting everyone to check it out, and the other young ladies quickly agree. As the group walks away, Ellent remains seated to quickly fix her appearance, her eyes wide with anxiety as if terrified of exposing her exhausted state to Azaline. She watches them leave, asking Denise if Azaline had seen her. Denise confirms that she has left. Ellent lets out a long, shaky sigh of relief. She worries that Azaline might have seen her sprawling on the table like a commoner. Azaline glances back over her shoulder as she walks away, a pensive look in her blue eyes. It seems Ellent's little act couldn't fool Azaline's eyes at all. She thinks to herself that Lady Ellent seems unusually tired and begins to wonder if she is actually okay. Night falls over the estate, the glowing windows of the mansion standing out against the dark, cloudy sky. In her private chambers, Ellent sits before a large mirror while a maid brushes her red hair. The maid informs her that a gift has arrived from House Duplain. The gift is an ornate wooden box filled with bottles of potions and delicate flowers. A handwritten letter and an envelope lie beside it. The maid explains that the items are from Azaline and are intended to help Ellent recover her mana. Ellent stares at the box with a cold, unyielding expression. When the maid mentions they are high-quality items that would be a great help, Ellent cuts her off. She commands the maid to throw them away immediately. Ellent turns her back on the gifts, her voice icy as she demands that the maid throw them all away and never let her see them again. The maid is left bewildered. Later, Ellent stares into the mirror as she finishes her preparations, asking if Derek has arrived yet. The maid confirms he arrived at dawn and is waiting for her. The contents of Azaline's letter are revealed, addressing the dear young ladies of Rosia Salon and nodding the approach of winter. The maid continues to brush Ellent's hair, as the letter asks after the ladies' well-being in the cold weather. The letter explains that House Duplain has produced many quality goods that Azaline wanted to share with her friends. Ellent's expression remains grim. In another part of the city, other noble ladies are seen laughing and blushing as they open their gift boxes from Azaline. The letter ends with a wish for their peace. Ellent clenches her jaw, the kindness of the gift clearly feeling more like an insult to her pride. Outside, the sky is still dark and overcast as Derek sits at a table, focused on a book while he waits for his student. He senses her presence, his red eyes glancing sideways with a serious expression. Ellent arrives, ready for training. Derek notes that she is early, but she dismisses any need for pleasantries. She looks him in the eye and asks for his assessment, catching him slightly off guard. As she stretches her arms, Ellent notes that several weeks have passed since they began. She asks him to be honest about what he really thinks of her. Derek remains silent, his gaze fixed on her as he prepares to give his honest opinion on her progress. Derek stands calmly with his hands behind his back, his expression neutral as he suggests that giving up might actually be a good strategy in certain situations. Ellent stands several paces away with her back turned, her hands on her hips as she remains silent, absorbing the weight of his suggestion. She looks back at him over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she asks why he continues to offend her with such dismissive comments. Derek looks down, his face partially shaded as he offers a simple, blunt apology for the way his words were perceived. Ellent spins around to face him, her expression turning from hurt to outrage as she demands to know how she could ever hope to beat Azaline if she were to just give up. Her face contorts with fury as she screams that she didn't hire him to listen to suggestions of surrender. Derek watches her from behind, his white hair catching the dim light of the overcast morning sky as she continues her tirade. Ellent rubs her temples in frustration, telling him to get lost if he's only going to talk nonsense and waste her valuable time. She suddenly stops, bowing her head and covering her eyes with one hand as her anger begins to give way to something more fragile. Derek looks at her with a steady, unblinking gaze, explaining that obsessing over victory can hinder growth and that there is a place for humbly accepting defeat. A single tear rolls down Ellent's cheek as she gasps that if she gives in now, she would truly be a pathetic person. Derek says nothing, his red eyes fixed on her as he witnesses the raw vulnerability she has been trying to hide. Ellent continues to weep, hiding her face behind her hand as she confesses to being a petty, shameful person who only knew how to gossip about Azaline. She clenches the fabric of her blouse near her heart, her voice strained as she admits she was nothing more than a person driven by jealousy. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. She looks up at Derek, her eyes wide and filled with tears as she screams that she accepts and admits just how lacking she really is. Her hand trembles against her chest, the red jewel of her brooch glinting as her breathing becomes ragged with sobs. Ellent hunches over, her long red hair falling forward as she acknowledges there's no logical reason to hate Azaline, yet she knows she still does. She looks down with a hollow, pained expression, wondering aloud why her petty inferiority complex refuses to disappear even after she has admitted everything. Ellent sat on the stone ledge, her expression heavy as she finally dropped her arrogant facade. She admitted she'd expose her most shameful sides if it meant proving her resolve to him. She lived with a quiet, persistent self-loathing for a long time. Looking back at the memory of her perfect rival, she asked Derek what she truly needed to do to beat Azaline. Derek had originally figured her motivations were simple. He thought this was just another case of a noble girl's jealousy or a standard competitive streak. But as they stood together in the garden, the real picture started to emerge. The person this girl truly hated wasn't actually Azaline. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched at her chest, her pride finally breaking. It was herself she couldn't stand. This training wasn't fueled by some petty grudge or a light sense of envy. Derek watched her, seeing the depth of the internal struggle she was fighting. Winning was the only way she could think of to escape her own feelings of inferiority. She tried to wipe away the tears, but her voice stayed shaky as she confessed. Derek looked at her, his usual coldness replaced by a steady resolve. He didn't offer empty comfort. He offered a path forward, telling her they were going to win. He made a firm promise to the girl, his gaze locking onto hers. He was going to make sure she finally defeated Azaline. Ellent looked up toward the bright sky, the light reflecting in her tear-filled eyes. She took a breath and gave a quiet, determined okay. A carriage rolls through the golden fields under a bright blue sky, heading toward a distant estate. The horse's hooves clatter steadily against the stone road as the carriage finally arrives at the gate. The door swings open, and the unnamed butler steps out onto the pavement with a weary expression. He looks around the familiar grounds of the residence, adjusting his round glasses after the long journey. The butler returns to the grand estate in Count Belmierd's territory, a sprawling residence of stone and towers. Tristan Analt Belmierd strides out to meet him with open arms, welcoming his butler back home. Tristan invites him inside to rest, nodding that the long trip to Eberstein must have been quite exhausting. Once they're settled over tea, the lord immediately asks about his daughter Ellent and how she's doing. The butler keeps a straight face, reporting that the young lady has been putting a great deal of effort into her training lately. Tristan can't help but brag, convinced that his daughter's incredible talent will soon see her surpassing even him. The butler chuckles nervously, hiding the fact that he's sweating internally. He knows that if Tristan finds out Ellent is training under a commoner mercenary, they'll both be in deep trouble. Tristan then mentions he has some business of his own to attend to in Eberstein very soon. He twists his mustache with a mischievous look, wondering how Ellent will react if he surprises her with a gift. The butler forces a smile and agrees she'll be thrilled, while silently praying he survives the visit. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Eberstein, where the sun has set over the ominous entrance of the nameless labyrinth. A heavy boot steps onto the grass as the group approaches the dark dungeon entrance. Gunnar and Pellein stand ready while Ellent Ulfini Belmierd looks visibly tense, questioning the safety of the mission. Ellent stares at the dark ruins, her heart sinking as she realizes she actually has to go inside. She asks Derek for a plan, wondering if she's just supposed to charge in and start attacking monsters. Derek gives her a cold look, telling her she needs to sharpen her instincts through actual lethal combat. He assures her they'll have her back, but reminds her that the duel is only a few days away. Derek manifests a ball of blue mana light to lead the way into the shadows. Ellent stands frozen for a moment, her face pale as she stares into the dark abyss of the labyrinth. The group descends into the stone ruins, their footsteps echoing through the long, dark hallways. Ellent shivers, looking at the damp, mossy walls and wondering what kind of monsters are hiding in the dark. Derek leads the way with his light spell, warning her to stay on guard even in this low-ranked area. He keeps his eyes fixed on the path ahead, his expression completely serious as they move deeper in. Suddenly, Pellein stops, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows ahead of them. She warns that a horde of goblins is heading their way, but Derek has already heard them coming. Gunnar spots something even bigger behind them. A massive ogre is closing in on their rear. He draws his massive sword with a grin, asking if the budget covers taking down an ogre as well. Derek stays calm, telling him they can settle the fee later as blue mana begins to swirl around his body. High-pitched shrieks echo through the corridors as dozens of glowing red eyes appear in the darkness. Ellent starts to tremble, her worst fears coming to life as the monsters finally show themselves. A goblin lunges out of the shadows with a spear, screaming a piercing battle cry. Derek doesn't hesitate, leaping into the air to meet the first wave of enemies head-on. Ellent gasps, her eyes wide with terror as the chaos of battle erupts right in front of her. Derek commands Pellein to stay back and protect the young lady while he handles the front line. He charges into the horde, his blade glowing with mana as the goblins swarm him from all sides. Pellein quickly draws her bow, her expression focused as she takes aim at the approaching threats. An arrow whistles through the air and plants itself right in a goblin's head, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. Derek grips his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the enemy ahead. He draws the blade in one smooth motion, the steel catching the dim dungeon light as he prepares to strike. With a violent swing, he cuts straight through a goblin's torso. Blood sprays across the stone floor as the creature is cleaved in two by his overwhelming force. Not slowing down, Derek unleashes a burst of flame from his free hand. The goblin shrieks in agony as it's swallowed by the intense, magical heat. Pellein provides cover from the rear, drawing her bow with practiced ease. She remains calm and focused, her eyes narrowed as she tracks the moving targets through the chaos. Derek's blade sinks deep into another goblin's chest, the impact sending dark blood splattering against the stone walls. He doesn't waste a second, already looking for the next threat in the narrow corridor. Pellein's arrow finds its mark, piercing a goblin's skull with lethal precision. The creature drops instantly, another one down in the relentless skirmish. Amidst the carnage, Elent Ulfini Belmierd is frozen, her breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. Sweat beads on her forehead as she watches the brutal efficiency of the mercenaries with growing terror. A piercing shriek echoes through the corridor, making her heart hammer against her ribs. She's completely overwhelmed, her wide eyes darting between the monsters and the pooling blood on the floor. In the back, Gunnar faces down a massive blue-skinned ogre that towers over the rest of the group. The beast's glowing red eyes are fixed on the lone swordsman standing in its path. Gunnar just grins, looking up at the monster with zero fear in his expression. He wonders aloud how high the bounty on this thing's head will be once they're finished. The ogre roars, raising its club for a bone-crushing blow. The sound vibrates through the entire chamber, signaling a fight on a whole different scale. Gunnar leaps into action, swinging his massive blade with incredible force to meet the ogre's strike. The impact sends a shockwave through the air as the two titans clash. A limb flies through the air as another monster is dismantled in the fray. The mercenaries aren't holding back, turning the narrow passage into a grim slaughterhouse. A goblin is engulfed in a pillar of bright fire, its body turning to ash in seconds. The smell of burning flesh fills the air as Derek continues his relentless assault. Suddenly, a spear of pure blue mana light erupts through a goblin's head. The magic is jagged and raw, distinct from the refined spells usually taught to nobles. Elent stares in wide-eyed shock, the realization of what's happening finally dawning on her. She can barely believe that Derek actually killed the creature right in front of her eyes. Her mind starts to spiral as the reality of the situation sinks in deep. She realizes with a start that she could seriously die in this place if she doesn't find a way to fight back. Another goblin shrieks as it lunges toward her, its sharp claws outstretched and ready to tear. The sound is deafening, snapping her focus back to the immediate lethal danger. Derek barks an order, telling her to keep her wits about her and not lose her head. He's covered in monster blood, but remains completely unmoved by the chaos around them. A lone goblin charges straight for Elent, taking advantage of her momentary lapse in concentration. She's still on the ground, feeling cornered and defenseless against the beast. Panic takes hold of her as the monster closes the distance in a blur of green skin and teeth. She feels like she's already dead, her body refusing to obey her commands. Derek watches her coldly, making it clear that he has no intention of stepping in to save her. He tells her she has to defeat this one herself if she wants to prove she's a mage. In that moment, her entire life flashes before her eyes. She thinks about all the times she stayed safe behind her noble title and empty words. She looks back at her past self, a girl who did nothing but cry and complain about her lot in life. She finally admits to herself just how pathetic and naive she's truly been. The goblin looms over her, its primitive weapon raised high for the killing blow. She's flat on her back on the stone floor, staring death in the face. She remembers herself as someone who was always all talk and no action when things got difficult. The shame of her cowardice starts to burn much hotter than her fear. As the goblin leaps at her, something inside her finally snaps. She's tired of being the one who just envies others from the sidelines while doing nothing herself. Her eyes light up with a fierce, desperate resolve she's never felt before. She decides right then that the old, useless version of herself needs to die today. Sweat pours down her face as she focuses every ounce of her mana into a single point. She's still terrified, but she isn't looking away from the monster anymore. Blue mana begins to swirl around her hand, condensing into a sharp, jagged point of energy. She pours everything she has into the manifestation of her magic. With a scream, she thrusts the spear of pure light forward at her attacker. The magic is unstable and raw, driven by nothing but pure survival instinct. The spear finds its mark, tearing through the goblin's chest with a sudden burst of blue energy. The sheer force of the strike sends the monster flying backward across the room. Derek watches from a distance, his expression remaining unreadable despite the blood smeared on his cheek. He's seen exactly what he needed to see from her. The goblin falls limp to the floor, the light from the mana spear fading as the life leaves its body. Elent has made her first kill in the most brutal way possible. Gunnar looks back over his shoulder, acknowledging the girl's sudden success with a quick grunt. He goes back to his own fight, knowing she's finally crossed the threshold. Peline watches the scene in silence, her bow still at the ready for any remaining enemies. She doesn't say a word, but her gaze lingers on the shaken noble girl. Elent stands over the corpse, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she tries to catch her breath. The realization of what she just did weighs heavy on her. She hyperventilates, the adrenaline slowly wearing off and leaving her completely exhausted. Her face is a mess of sweat and grime from the struggle. She looks down at her hands, the mana still faintly humming in the air around her fingers. She's no longer just a spectator in her own life story. She looks over at Derek, her gaze meeting his through the lingering smoke and monster blood. The dynamic between student and teacher has fundamentally shifted. Derek gives her a small, sharp nod, acknowledging that she survived her first true trial. It's the closest thing to praise she's ever received from the cold mercenary. Elent Ulfione Belmiard stares ahead with a newfound determination burning in her eyes. She knows this is only the beginning, and she's finally ready to step forward into her future. The full moon hangs high in the night sky over a grand stone archway, marking the entrance to a mysterious and ancient site. Darkness clings to the rocky cliffs above, adding to the silent, desolate atmosphere. Derek sits slumped against a cold stone wall, his utilitarian clothes torn and stained with the blood of recent battles. He holds a folded letter in his hands, his intense red eyes fixed on the message written inside. He reads the familiar, elegant handwriting, taking a quiet moment of reflection amidst the grime and exhaustion of his mercenary life. His face is partially obscured by shadows, giving him a somber, contemplative appearance. The letter is a personal message to him, the ink flowing in graceful curves across the aged parchment as it recounts times long past. The text mentions it has been over 2 years since the writer left Ebelstein. In a memory, Keisha Flameheart stands tall with a confident, knowing smirk, her presence both commanding and warm. She recalls the days spent walking through Ebelstein together while she taught him the foundations of magic. Derek absorbs her words with a heavy heart, the blood on his cheek a stark reminder of the hard life he has chosen. The letter acknowledges that of all the mages she's seen, he remains the most talented. A flashback shows Keisha Flameheart sitting at a mahogany desk, her pen moving gracefully as she composes the letter to her former pupil. Her expression is soft, suggesting a deep-seated pride in her difficult student. She dips her quill into the inkwell, the small clinking sound echoing in the quiet room as she wonders how far Derek has progressed in his magic. She hopes for a future meeting where he can show her his true power. Looking out the window at the silver moon, Keisha finishes her message with a sense of hopeful anticipation. The moonlight illuminates her desk, highlighting the signature of a woman who shaped the man Derek has become. Back in the present, Derek remains motionless against the stone wall, the weight of his teacher's words hanging in the cool night air. He stares off into the distance, lost in thought as the torchlight flickers nearby. Elent Ulfione Belmiard watches him from a short distance away, her own armor scuffed and dirty from their recent run. She asks about the letter he's been reading so intently whenever they find a spare moment to rest. Derek answers her simply, confirming that it's a message from his former teacher. His expression is unreadable, but he continues to hold the parchment with a certain degree of care. Elent smiles brightly, marveling at the idea of someone being an incredible enough teacher to handle a difficult personality like Derek's. Her orange eyes sparkle with curiosity about the person who taught him magic. Derek looks back at her with his usual steady, slightly intense gaze, his red eyes reflecting the torchlight. He seems to be weighing her light-hearted comment against his own memories of Keisha. With a rare moment of sincere admission, he confirms that his teacher was indeed a great woman. His voice is level, but the statement carries a weight of respect that surprises his student. Elent blinks in surprise, her expression softening as she realizes how much he values his mentor's opinion. She remains silent for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle between them. They sit together in the dim, stone corridor, a heavy bag of spoils from their mission resting on the ground between them. The silence is comfortable, a brief reprieve before they have to return to the noble world above. Derek closes his eyes for a second, then asks Elent how she's feeling about her upcoming duel. He reminds her that the challenge is only 2 days away, and her preparation time is nearly at an end. Elent looks down at her chest, her brow furrowing as she tries to parse her complicated feelings of anxiety and resolve. She hesitates, her breath catching as she prepares to speak her mind. A close-up of her mouth shows the slight tremble in her resolve as she starts to form her answer. She's processing everything she's experienced in the dungeon, translating it into a plan for the duel. Then a fierce smile breaks across her face, her orange eyes glowing with a newfound confidence. She declares with absolute certainty that she is going to win the duel, no matter what. The scene shifts to the bright and sunny courtyard of the Noble District Magic Duel Arena, where a large crowd has gathered. Noblemen and women in their finest attire mingle as they prepare to watch the upcoming matches. A group of young noblewomen gathers in the courtyard, their light-hearted laughter carrying through the warm morning air. They seem perfectly at ease in this environment of privilege and competition. Among them is Azeline Aliner Duplain, her long dark blue hair and striking blue eyes making her a focal point of attention. She wears a blue and white dress adorned with a large black bow and a brilliant diamond brooch. Derek walks past the outskirts of the crowd, his dark cloak and utilitarian gear marking him as a stark outsider among the colorful noble finery. He moves with a quiet, purposeful gait, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. Sensing his presence, Azeline Aliner Duplain politely excuses herself from her friends, her gaze already fixed on the lone mercenary. She maintains a serene, elegant posture as she prepares to approach him. She calls out to him with a welcoming smile, her voice carrying over the din of the courtyard. Derek stops and looks back at her, his expression remaining as neutral and guarded as always. Azeline approaches him gracefully, expressing her delight at crossing paths with him again after so much time has passed. The bright sky behind them emphasizes the contrast between their social standings. She mentions having heard the rumors that he is currently tutoring Elent Alphione Belmierd in magic. Her eyes are bright with interest, suggesting she's been following his activities closely. Derek closes his eyes briefly, simply acknowledging that their paths have indeed crossed for a short time. He keeps his response concise, offering no more information than necessary. They stand a few paces apart near a stone wall, two figures from very different worlds meeting in the shadow of the arena. The height difference between them is notable as they continue their brief conversation. Azeline laughs softly, teasing him by asking if he's been being too harsh on the young Lady Elent lately. She seems to be testing his reactions with her playful questioning. Derek looks at her steadily, noting that even Diella Catherine Duplain had mentioned his unconventional teaching methods. He points out that Elent has been looking quite exhausted under his demanding tutelage. Azeline looks a bit taken aback by his directness, her blue eyes widening as she processes his observation. She seems momentarily surprised that he would be so blunt about his student's condition. He leans in slightly, his gaze sharp and uncompromising as he delivers a stern piece of advice. He tells her that no matter who the opponent is, she should never let her guard down during a duel. Azeline looks up at him with a flicker of apprehension on her face, feeling the weight and intensity of his warning. She remains silent, her hands clasped together as she considers his words. High above the arena, the bright sun hangs in a clear blue sky, the air filled with the mounting excitement and murmurs of the gathering crowd. The day of the duels has finally arrived in all its splendor. Denise Linière Veltus sits on a stone bench, her long silver-white hair catching the light as she remains absorbed in a book. Nearby, other girls gossip about who will win the day's matches. Denise continues to read, seemingly indifferent to the chatter around her about Elent's frail appearance. The gossip suggests that Elent stands little chance unless she can perform higher-rank magic. A set of elegant shoes ascends the stone steps of the arena, the rhythmic tapping drawing the attention of those nearby. The person's stride is confident and poised, marking their arrival as someone of importance. Azeline Aliner Duplain makes her grand entrance, walking with a poise and grace that immediately commands the entire courtyard's attention. Several maids follow closely behind her, their presence emphasizing her high status. The crowd is awestruck by her beauty, whispering in hushed, admiring tones as she moves past them with a gentle, serene smile. Her presence alone seems to heighten the anticipation for the upcoming magic duels. The rhythmic tapping of boots echoes through the arena corridor as a contestant makes her way toward the light of the battlefield. The steady pace reflects a mind focused entirely on the challenge ahead. Elentylfine Belmiard whispers a mantra of resolve to herself, her lips barely moving as she stares ahead with unshakable intent. A large, faceted red gemstone at her collar catches the light, its deep crimson hue matching the fire in her eyes. She emerges from the tunnel into the vast, open arena, her red ponytail swaying with every determined step. The shadow of the arena walls looms over her, but her posture remains upright and confident as she approaches the center stage. Close up on Elent's face, her amber eyes wide with a fierce, unwavering determination that she has never shown before. She repeats her vow once more, the words, "I will absolutely win," carrying the weight of all her grueling training under Derek. From the sidelines, Derek watches his student with a neutral, observing gaze, his white hair contrasting against the dark cloak wrapped around his shoulders. Elent doesn't look back, her focus entirely on the opponent waiting for her on the stone floor. Elent walks across the sun-drenched courtyard, her shadow trailing behind her as she nears the woman who stands as the final obstacle in her trial. Standing before a wrought iron fence, her opponent waits with a calm, poised elegance. Azaline Alina Duplain greets her with a gentle, close-eyed smile, her dark blue hair and refined features radiating a sense of natural authority. Despite the high stakes of the duel, she maintains the perfect composure expected of a high-ranking noble. Elent offers a polite acknowledgement in return, her own smile appearing more strained but no less respectful. She admits that Azaline's constant composure has always been a source of inspiration, even as they prepare to face each other as rivals. Azaline turns slightly, looking back toward the center of the arena with a somber expression that belies her previous smile. She offers a short, honest rejection of the compliment, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. Looking directly at Elent, Azaline places a hand over her heart, her blue eyes reflecting a rare moment of vulnerability. She confesses that despite her outward calm, she has never felt this nervous for a duel in her entire life. Elent meets her gaze with a sharp, expectant smirk, the tension between them reaching its peak. With a quiet, challenging tone, she asks if they should finally begin the match they've both been preparing for. Azaline Alina Duplain responds with a single, decisive nod, her expression hardening as she shifts from a polite socialite into a focused combatant. The air around them begins to crackle with the first stirrings of mana. Flames erupt from Elent's hand, swirling around her arm in a violent, orange vortex as she channels her magic. Her eyes glow with the same intensity as the fire, marking her first aggressive move in the duel. Azaline counters instantly, summoning a swirling mass of cold, blue energy that whips around her like a localized blizzard. The clash of opposing elements creates a brilliant light that illuminates the entire arena floor. Wide shot of the arena as a massive pillar of blue light erupts, the sheer force of the magic sending shockwaves across the stone ground. The crowd watches in stunned silence as the duel begins with an overwhelming display of power. Elent is silhouetted against a backdrop of roaring fire, her arms outstretched as she manipulates the flames into a coordinated attack. Wisps of smoke and embers trail from her as she maintains her fierce concentration. Azaline Alina Duplain gasps in shock, her eyes widening as she realizes the sheer scale of the magic Elent is unleashing. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek, her composure finally beginning to fracture under the pressure. Dozens of spears made of pure, molten light form in the air, their tips glowing with lethal intensity as they target Azaline. The sheer number of projectiles fills the sky, a testament to the brutal efficiency of Elent's training. Azaline stands her ground as the barrage of flaming spears rains down upon her from every direction. The brilliant light of the attack washes out the sky, leaving her a dark silhouette against a wall of inevitable fire. Elentylfine Belmiard stands at the center of the inferno, her face set in a mask of cold, unwavering focus as she commands the magic to strike. She has truly become the student Derek intended her to be, holding nothing back in her quest for victory. The scene shifts back inside the dungeon. The battle is over, but Elent can barely hold herself up among the mountain of monster corpses. Derek doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells her that if this comes down to pure skill, she has zero chance of winning. He says the only way she can bridge that gap is through pure, stubborn willpower. Derek reminds her that they've already practiced how to scrape together every last drop of mana she has. This isn't just a hobby, it's a strategy for when they both inevitably run out of power. He wants her to use her magic as flashily as possible to force the match into a battle of attrition. When they're both on empty, the winner is whoever can squeeze out one single drop more than the other. Elent asks what happens if the other girl simply has more mana, and Derek tells her flatly that she'll just lose. But he reminds her that she has the Belmead bloodline. The capacity is there if she can find it. He tells her she needs to actually start believing in herself. Back in the arena, Elent puts that advice to work, summoning an incredible number of golden spears. Azaline is completely caught off guard, unable to believe the girl she knew is capable of this level of magic. Elent raises her hand, focusing all her energy on the coming strike. A massive rain of mana spears comes crashing down on the arena floor. It's an overwhelming barrage that leaves Azaline with almost no room to breathe. But she isn't ready to fold, summoning a blue glow between her palms to mount a defense. A heavy shield expands around her, catching the golden rain before it can connect. Azaline grits her teeth, determined that she won't be the one to lose this fight. Elent stares right back with the same intensity, both of them absolutely refusing to give an inch. Elent starts the duel by flooding the arena with a barrage of flame arrows. She stands firm, her eyes sharp and locked onto her opponent. Azaline reacts instantly, raising a blue mana shield to catch the falling fire. From behind the safety of the barrier, she evaluates the situation with a cold, steady gaze. The arrows slam into the shield and explode, kicking up a wall of smoke and dust. The crowd is stunned as the arena rocks from the impact of Elent's newfound power. Azaline holds her ground, waiting for the dust to settle before making her next move. She notes the incredible firepower, but assumes Elent is just recklessly burning through her mana. Suddenly, a flicker of movement through the haze catches her off guard. She spots Elent's silhouette darting across the floor and focuses her aim. Azaline decides to seize the initiative and begins channeling her own attack. She fires a sharp mana arrow straight at the moving target. Elent doesn't stop to defend. She breaks into a high-speed sprint to outrun the projectile. She executes a tight mid-air flip, letting the blue spear whistle harmlessly past her. Azaline's eyes widen in disbelief. No traditional mage should be able to move like that. She realizes those were illusions, a trick that should be draining Elent's reserves even further. Before she can adjust her strategy, Elent is already charging in for a close-range strike. Azaline remains focused, tracking the redhead's trajectory as the distance closes. Elent vaults through the air, her body twisting to avoid a counterattack. A flashback shows Derek sitting in a carriage, giving his student a brief nod of assurance. He had told her to use the chaos of the fire and illusions to create an opening for a close-range ice spear. He warns her that a skilled opponent will eventually find a gap, especially one as talented as Azaline. Back in the present, Elent conjures a massive ice spear while suspended in the air. She lets out a shout as she dives down, launching the spear with everything she has. Azaline gathers a sphere of mana in her palm to meet the descending weapon. The clash triggers a violent explosion, blowing both combatants away from the center of the ring. Elent skids into a crouched position, smoke rising from her boots as she catches her breath. Azaline lands perfectly, her blue dress settling as she prepares for the next exchange. Elent looks up and feels a sudden shift in the air, her face going pale. Azaline stands in a silhouette of dark, swirling energy that begins to fill the arena. She acknowledges that Elent has completely overhauled her magical style since they last met. Elent stands her ground, but the pressure of the rising mana is clearly taking a toll. Azaline decides to meet force with force, her feet planting firmly on the stone floor. She summons a forest of mana blades around her, ready to push forward with overwhelming firepower. The blades hum with energy, circling her ankles and ready to launch at a moment's notice. Derek watches the scene from the shadows, leaning casually against a stone pillar. He notes that Azaline has finally taken the bait, his expression remaining cold and analytical. Elent stays low, her eyes scanning for the slightest opening in her rival's defense. Azaline admits the growth is impressive, but she still believes she has the upper hand in a contest of pure power. Behind her back, Elent makes a subtle flick of her fingers, triggering a hidden trap. Azeline's mana spears fly upward into the sky, chasing a bright orb of light. But the real threat comes from above. A hidden flame arrow drops straight toward Azeline's blind spot. Azeline is caught completely off guard as the hidden flame arrow closes in on her position. Her eyes widen in shock, realize she's been lured into a trap she never saw coming. The arena erupts in a shower of sparks as mana fragments scatter into the air. Azeline is left reeling, unable to fathom how Elent managed to hide a spell without any incantation. She remembers the golden barrage from the beginning of the match. As it turns out, it had paved the way for that pincer movement just now. The realization hits her. Elent had been preparing for this exact moment from the very start of the duel. Azeline barely manages to dodge as another strike zips past her, the heat singeing the air. Elent stands her ground, her face sweating but her resolve unshaken as she keeps the pressure on. Azeline grits her teeth, her breathing becoming shallow as she struggles to read her opponent's next move. In the stands, Denise Lineaire Veltus and the other nobles watch in stunned silence as the underdog fights on equal footing. Elent feels a surge of confidence, realizing that her training is actually allowing her to overpower the prodigy. Azeline's panic begins to rise, knowing that she can't win if she keeps fighting under these unpredictable conditions. She admits to herself that in terms of raw tactics and boldness, Elent is currently a step ahead. Azeline takes a deep breath, her eyes going cold as she decides to change the rules of the engagement. She resolves to reset the conditions of the duel from the start, using her superior mana reserves. Derek watches from the sidelines, his red eyes fixed on the arena with a detached, analytical gaze. He knows the real battle is only just beginning, as the power gap is about to be forced open. Azeline begins to exhale a massive amount of mana, the air around her distorting from the sheer pressure. She begins to hover off the ground, a swirling vortex of blue light radiating from her body. Elent looks on in confusion, unsure of what her rival is trying to achieve with this sudden display. A sudden violent wind sweeps through the arena, kicking up dust and mana particles. Elent shields her face, realizing that the atmosphere itself is being manipulated by raw mana. She tries to call upon her own magic, but finds herself unable to sense any of the surrounding mana. The training ground falls into a strange, oppressive silence as the girls stand on opposite sides of the void. Derek notes that the surrounding mana has completely vanished in a brief, terrifying instant. He recognizes the phenomenon as mana alignment, where an overwhelming output takes control of the local energy. A mage can trigger this alignment when they exert power far beyond their normal limits. In Azeline's hands, a massive sphere of concentrated fire begins to form, illuminating the entire stadium. Flashback to a few nights prior, Elent lies exhausted on the grass during an intense training session. Derek approaches her with a water skin, his demeanor as stoic and demanding as ever. Elent takes the water, her hands shaking from the effort of trying to keep up with his lessons. She admits to him that she's unsure if she can truly beat someone like Azeline with only a few weeks of practice. Derek looks down at her and flatly states that she will win, though his tone is cryptic. He clarifies that she will win in a certain sense, leaving her to wonder what that could possibly mean. Back in the present, the noble spectators gasp in horror at the scale of the magic being channeled. They realize it's a 2-star fireball, a spell far too dangerous for a simple training duel between students. Elent stares at the miniature sun in front of her, her eyes wide with primal terror. She screams out for Derek, frantically asking what she's supposed to do against such an impossible attack. Derek remains silent, his expression unmoving as he watches his student face the ultimate test. Elent lashes out in fear, calling him a fraud for leading her into a situation she can't possibly block. The fireball begins to descend, its heat singeing the very air and blinding everyone in the arena. The massive sphere of flame looms over Elent, ready to vaporize everything in its path. Elent screams in terror as the massive fireball looms directly over her. Her mind races, realizing she has no way to block a 2-star spell with her current level of magic. Azaline Aliner Duplain stares down her opponent, her hand outstretched to unleash the devastating spell. Elent feels a crushing sense of defeat, thinking it's impossible for someone like her to overcome such power. In the stands, Denise Linear Veltus watches the duel with a cold, analytical gaze. The other noble students cover their mouths in shock, as the arena is engulfed in a blinding golden light. The fireball strikes the ground with a massive explosion, sending a pillar of flame into the sky. Azaline's eyes widen as she tries to pierce through the smoke and debris to see the result of her attack. A second, even larger burst of mana erupts from the impact point, shaking the entire training ground. Elent is thrown backward by the violent shockwave, shielding her face from the intense heat. She tumbles through the air, her body spinning uncontrollably as she tries to regain her footing. Azaline stands in the center of the arena, her chest heaving as steam rises from her mana-depleted body. Elent manages to slide to a halt on the stone floor, her clothes singed but her spirit still intact. Azaline is frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her rival could have survived such a direct hit. She realizes that Elent used a defensive movement she had only seen once before to mitigate the damage. Derek watches from a distance, his expression unreadable as he judges the effectiveness of the lesson. Azaline's hands begin to shake as she starts to view Elent as a monster that thrives on mana consumption. She clenches her fist, her knuckles turning white as she forces her mana to respond one more time. Derek observes that Azaline is finally showing true respect by going all out against her opponent. Sweat pours down Azaline's face as she prepares a final, desperate surge of magic. Elent stands tall, a determined grin spreading across her face as she anticipates the next move. She realizes that if she can just endure this last attack, the victory will be hers. Azaline channels a second massive fireball, the air around her distorting from the concentrated energy. She screams with every ounce of her remaining strength, declaring her intent to win. The strain of the magic is visible on Azaline's face as she groans, her eyes wide with desperation. The sphere of fire is launched with a violent shove, hurtling toward Elent at high speed. The spectators gasp in horror at the sight of another high-level spell being cast so recklessly. This second fireball is far faster than the first, leaving a trail of scorching heat in its wake. Elent lunges to the side at the last possible second, the fireball missing her by a mere hair's breadth. Azaline screams in shock as her attack misses its mark once again, her hand reaching out into the empty air. The fireball explodes against the arena wall as Elent rolls across the stone floor to avoid the splash damage. Elent uses her momentum to perform a sharp flip, launching herself back into an offensive position. She leaps high into the air, soaring above the smoke and flames that fill the arena. High above the ground, Elent is momentarily silhouetted against the bright glare of the afternoon sun. Azaline shields her eyes from the blinding light, desperately searching for any sign of her opponent. She is stunned to see Elent floating high above her, poised for a decisive counterattack. Elent realizes that from this height, Azaline will be unable to read the trajectory of her next spell. She decides to bet everything on a single strike, refusing to waste mana on a defensive barrier. She hurls a massive ice spear downward, the blue crystal gleaming as it cuts through the air. Azaline collapses to her knees, her mana reserves completely exhausted and her body failing her. The ice spear slams into the ground right in front of Azaline, the impact creating a massive crater. Elent glares down at her rival, noting that Azaline has used up every drop of her mana in that final barrage. Elent walks toward the massive, jagged ice structure she conjured, her shadow trailing behind her on the arena floor. Azaline Aliner Duplain hunches over, gasping for breath as sweat pours down her face and her energy fades. Derek watches from the sidelines with a cold, unwavering gaze, declaring that the match will be over soon. Elent stands tall with a confident expression, certain that she has finally cornered Azaline and drained her of all mana. She assesses her remaining strength, calculating that she still has enough mana to cast 2 more spells to end the duel. Gazing at the chaotic, pulsing red magic core coming from her opponent, Elent feels a surge of triumph at the thought of defeating her formidable rival. Suddenly, Elent's eyes widen in alarm as she senses a sudden, violent shift in the atmosphere around her. A massive explosion of golden fire erupts above the arena, casting a blinding light and throwing Azaline backward into the air. Azaline hits the stone floor hard, following the backlash from the very magic she had just unleashed. Elent stares up at a small, concentrated orb of mana lingering in the sky, her confidence replaced by grim focus. She looks toward her opponent, Azaline, who is frantically unleashing a series of final attacks, her expression hardening as she prepares for any last-ditch counterattacks. Azaline cowers behind the remains of the shattered ice, her entire frame shivering with exhaustion and cold. She mutters a desperate plea, begging for the strength to summon her magic just one more time to save her pride. A small, flickering flame of blue mana ignites in her trembling hand, reflecting her refusal to admit defeat even at her limit. Elent watches the struggle in silence, her brow furrowed as she witnesses the sheer tenacity of her rival. In a final close-up, Azaline's wide blue eye reflects the brilliant arena lights, her gaze locked on her last chance for survival. In the high society of Eberstein, no noble lady shone brighter than Azaline Duplain. She was the picture of perfection, standing in a field of light and flowers. But wherever there's a brilliant light, a shadow is bound to follow. And that forgotten dark corner was the only place left for those who couldn't keep up. Elent stares out from that gloom, her eyes filled with a heavy burden. This shadow is where she has always stood, watching from the sidelines. She looks at Iceland's back, seeing the girl who has always been miles ahead of her. The gap between them felt impossible to close. Elent recalls looking down on her rival with disdain. She thought Iceland was just a pampered girl who had been given everything from birth. She gives a mockingly sweet smile, crossing her arms. Back then, she wondered if Iceland really believed people would always be kind to her face. Elent leaned in close, her voice low and full of venom. She wanted to see Iceland finally lose her composure and snap in a fit of rage. She watched with cold, expectant eyes, waiting for the perfect facade to finally crack. Instead, Iceland just turned and gave a radiant, genuine smile. She looked completely unfazed by the hostility thrown her way. To everyone else, Azaline was like a precious gem. The more she was polished by hardship, the brighter she seemed to shine. Elent looks down at her feet as black, shadowy mist begins to swirl around her ankles. The radiance from Iceland was so blinding that it completely washed her out. The shadows climb up Elent's dress, threatening to swallow her whole. She felt herself being completely overshadowed and forgotten by everyone. Something drops into a dark pool, sending up a pitch-black splash. It was the visual representation of her sinking lower. Elent sinks into a deep, watery abyss, bound by those shadowy tendrils. She calls it an abyss of inferiority that keeps dragging her deeper into the dark. Even in that darkness, Elent grits her teeth and refuses to give up. She kept sharpening her resolve like a blade, waiting for her chance to strike back. Far above the surface, Azaline stands in the light, oblivious to the girls struggling below. Elent told herself that one day she would reach that same light. Elent fights against the shadows, trying to crawl out of the bottomless pit. Her goal was to finally surpass Azaline and prove her own worth to the world. Back in the present, Elent looks down from the terrace at Iceland on the ground. The roles have shifted, yet that old feeling still lingers in the air. Azaline is known for being elegant, composed, and beautiful at all times. Elent watches her closely, searching for even a single crack in that armor. But even now, with her hair a mess and her body caked in mud, Azaline doesn't look defeated. She's rolled around in the dirt in front of everyone, yet she doesn't look pathetic. Azaline stares forward with intense blue eyes, sweat dripping down her face. Elent can't understand how she maintains such a calm, focused expression after all this. It's as if Azaline has no image she's desperately trying to protect. She's just always herself, regardless of what's happening around her. Azaline gives everything she has to the task right in front of her. Her focus is absolute, completely ignoring the noise and pressure of the crowd. The spectators go wild, screaming for Azaline to get up and keep going. They're all convinced she can pull off a miracle win at the last second. Elent holds a ball of fire in her hand, her expression unreadable. She has the clear advantage, but something in her heart is making her hesitate. She looks over at Derek, who is watching from the sidelines. She asks herself if a win here would really count as beating the real Aislinn. Derek watches with his usual calm, red-eyed gaze. He told her she'd be able to win soon enough, but a hollow victory feels worse than losing. Elent stands alone on the water's surface, fire flickering in her palm. If she wins now, it feels like she's just beating a version of Azaline that isn't at her best. The shadows start to creep back around her ankles again. She realizes this is the end of the match, but even a win leaves her feeling empty inside. She feels like she'll just be back at the point where it all began, still trapped in the same cycle of doubt. The dark tendrils pull her back toward the abyss. Azaline continues to struggle, trying to manifest her own magic through the exhaustion. Her hand trembles with the effort, nearly at her absolute limit. Azaline looks up, exhausted and panting, with small bubbles of mana floating around her. She's pushing herself past the breaking point to stay in the fight. Suddenly, Elent lets the fire in her hand die out and lets out a long sigh. She shrugs and claims that she's completely out of mana. Azaline's eyes widen in pure shock. She was ready for a final clash, only for her opponent to just quit out of nowhere. Elent turns her back and starts walking away, her pace casual. She tells Aislinn she's amazing and that she still can't beat her after all. She officially forfeits the match, leaving everyone in the arena stunned. She calls it an incredible match as she leaves Aislinn kneeling on the ground. The crowd erupts in cheers for Aislinn, praising her as the best. They don't seem to care about the technicality of how the win happened. Elent walks away with a faint, satisfied smile on her face. For the first time, she feels like she's actually won something more important than a duel. Azaline sits there, looking completely baffled by what just happened. She knows in her heart that she didn't actually win through her own power. The camera pans up to the bright, open sky. The heavy tension that had gripped the arena has finally broken. A group of girls rushes over to Aislinn, congratulating her on the victory. They're all buzzing about her 2-star magic and how incredible the match was. Azaline looks down, her expression distant as she processes the hollow win. Something about Elent's forfeit has left her with more questions than answers. Elent walks away from the arena, the cheers of the crowd a distant hum behind her. She's lost in thought, her expression uncharacteristically heavy. Derek is waiting for her in the shadows, leaning against a pillar with a book in hand. He's been watching her every move from the start of the match. Elent approaches her tutor, a faint smile playing on her lips despite the dirt on her noble outfit. Derek looks up as she stops before him, his gaze as steady as ever. She puts a hand to her chest and lets out a light-hearted laugh. She's amused by the thought of how Azaline Duplain looked when the duel took its unexpected turn. Derek closes his book and looks at her with a calm, questioning gaze. He wants to know exactly what kind of expression Aislinn was making. Elent mimics the look, her hands out and mouth agape in a dramatic impression. She's clearly getting a kick out of having caught the perfect lady off guard. She continues her laugh, leaning back with a smug sense of accomplishment. To her, even the usually composed Aislinn couldn't hide her total shock. She wipes a tear of laughter from her eye, her mood unusually high for someone who just lost. She tells Derek it was worth the defeat just to see something so rare. Elent thanks her tutor, saying she finally feels like she has the upper hand in their rivalry. She's in a great mood, feeling like a quick learner who finally proved something. Derek doesn't join in on the laughter, his crimson eyes remaining fixed on her with a serious intensity. He asks her what she really thinks of herself now. The laughter stops as a single drop of moisture runs down Elent's cheek. She looks confused, asking herself why her body is reacting like this. Her eyes suddenly well up with tears as she stares back at Derek. The satisfaction of the match is being swallowed by a wave of raw emotion. Derek watches her silently, his expression unblinking and patient. He lets her process the feelings she's been trying to laugh off. Elent breaks down, the tears streaming down her face as she gasps for air. The pressure of the duel and her own expectations has finally broken through. She sinks to the floor, head in her hands as she sobs quietly in the hallway. She mutters to herself that she's supposed to be an adult, not a crying child. Derek closes his eyes and tells her softly that there's absolutely nothing to criticize about her performance. He acknowledges how hard she's worked. He stands as a steady presence beside her, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. Elent remains huddled on the ground, still overwhelmed. She admits that deep down, she really did want to win that match. The desire for a real victory was still burning under her casual exterior. But she realized that even with a win, nothing would really change. She'd still feel like she was stuck in the same place as before. A visual metaphor shows her sinking into a dark, watery abyss, her body bound by shadowy tendrils. This is the weight of her own self-doubt dragging her down. She says her pathetic nature is just too deeply ingrained to be fixed by one victory. She covers her face, unable to look at her tutor. The two of them are alone in the vast, quiet hallway as the sun begins to set. The cheers from the arena are nothing but a distant memory now. Elent gives a bitter laugh, saying she's at least better than Iceland in one thing, self-doubt. She feels exposed and small in the middle of her own failure. She looks away, her shoulders slumped as the tears continue to fall. She's given up on herself once again. Derek looks down at her and asks a blunt question. So what if you look a little pathetic? It catches her completely off guard. Elent turns to look up at him, her eyes wide with shock. It's a perspective she's never considered in her entire life. Derek tells her that if she isn't brave enough to look pathetic, she'll never be able to grow. He stares her down with a brutal, honest truth. They stand together in the golden light of the hallway as the sun sets. Derek's words start to sink in, offering her a path out of the abyss. Ripples spread across a dark liquid surface, representing the shift in Elent's mind. The old patterns are being disrupted. Elent stands on the water's surface, her reflection clear and steady. She's found a new level of balance within herself, standing tall. She looks toward the horizon, where Azaline Duplain is just a distant figure. She's no longer at a dead end, having finally looked her own weakness in the eye. A thought box reveals her resolve. Regardless of the result, she doesn't feel like her path is blocked anymore. She's finally ready to move forward. Meanwhile, Denise was still standing all alone, watching everything unfold from a distance. A group of girls offers their congratulations before taking their leave. Iceland thanks them with her usual, polite grace, but her mind is clearly elsewhere. Denise steps forward, once again praising her as brilliant. To her, the compliment rings completely hollow after what she witnessed with her own eyes inside the arena. She looks over at Denise and asks if she noticed it too. Azaline admits that she is absolutely not the real winner of this match. That hollow victory on paper could never capture the full truth of the story. Denise looks down, making no further comment as she silently acknowledges her deduction. Azaline stares into the distance, her composure deeply shaken like this by a victory for the first time in her life. Denise says that when it comes to raw magical talent, she believes Denise is far more gifted. She's trying to find some grounding in the talent she understands. Azaline thinks to herself that Iceland is completely wrong about what matters. Talent isn't the gap they need to close. She realizes that Elent has surpassed them both in the one thing that truly counts, the will to move forward regardless of how it looks. Azaline stares into the distance, her mind racing. She can't stop thinking about how drastically Elent's abilities improved in such a short amount of time. And the only answer that came to her mind pointed to just one person, Derek. And the only answer that came to her mind pointed to just one person. Derek looks down, the dust and grime from the duel still marking her face. Her expression is serious as she processes the day's surprising events. She calls for her maid, Daisy, who is standing dutifully behind her. The maid quickly responds, ready for whatever command her lady might have. Azaline's gaze is sharp and resolute as she speaks. She has decided that she needs to send a letter to the main estate immediately. She turns her head slightly, her blue eyes filled with a new sense of purpose. She has realized that to keep up with the competition, she needs Derek by her side. The camera pans out to show the grand, imposing architecture of the Duplain family's main estate. The white stone building stands tall under the vast, blue sky. Inside his opulent office, Duke Duplain sits at his desk with a letter in hand. He's surprised to hear that dressed Wolfdal, a 6th-rank mage, is coming to Ebelstein. He ponders the news, wondering if the recent shifts in the tariff agreement are connected to the legendary old man's movements. Valerian stands off to the side, listening. Duke Veltus looks down at the documents, his face incredibly serious. He dissects the potential impact of Sir Drest's appearance. An image of dressed Wolfdal appears in his mind, a hooded figure with a white beard, the pinnacle of search magic. Duke Duplain is convinced that a man with such foresight must have a critical reason for his journey. Valerian Duplain, sitting on a sofa across from her father, mentions that there is also a letter from herself. She's wearing a formal white and blue uniform with gold epaulettes. Duke Duplain looks up, wondering if they can simply fulfill the request she's presenting. He doesn't yet see the complication she's about to reveal. Valerian explains the difficulty. She wants Derek as her magic tutor, but he is currently busy at the Bellmead house. He's already teaching magic to Elent. Duke Duplain puts a hand to his chin, deep in thought. He considers sending a butler with instructions to negotiate aggressively for the tutor's time. Valerian looks at her father with a firm, steady gaze. She tells him to leave it for now, signaling that she has her own plan for handling the situation. Duke Duplain agrees, nodding that he has to go to Ebelstein anyway because of the dressed Wolfdal situation. He decides he'll take care of the matter personally while he's there. The scene shifts to a quiet sunset over the city's rooftops. The sky is a blend of soft oranges and fatting purples as the day comes to an end. Elent and Derek are sitting together at a table in a garden pavilion. The atmosphere is peaceful and private under the sunset sky. Derek looks over at his student with a calm, attentive expression. He waits for her to speak, his presence a steady anchor for her. Elent leans her head on her hand, looking out at the gardens with a thoughtful gaze. She tells Derek that she thinks she's going to take a break from her magic studies for a while. She turns to him and asks if he's still planning to work with the Beldun mercenary corps. Derek simply confirms that he will be. Suddenly, Elent stretches her leg out under the table, giving Derek's foot a playful thud with her boot. It's a sudden shift back to her mischievous self. She leans forward with a teasing smile, her hand supporting her chin. Derek looks down at his foot, a little surprised by her playful physical gesture. Elent's eyes sparkle in the warm light as she asks him a question. She wants to know if he'll come back to teach her magic whenever she calls for him. Derek stares at her in silence for a moment, his expression unreadable. He's taking in her request and the confidence behind her smile. He agrees to her request, but he admits that he's not sure if he has anything left to teach her. Her growth has already been remarkable. Elent stretches her arms behind her head, laughing at his sudden modesty. She tells him that such a humble attitude doesn't suit him at all. They both look out at the fatting horizon from the pavilion. Elent remarks that winter is finally coming to an end, reflecting on how long and arduous it felt. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Beldurn's Tier, in at night. The windows cast a warm, yellow light onto the darkened street outside. The heavy wooden door of the tavern creaks open, letting in a gust of night air. Someone is entering the bustling establishment. Inside, a blonde mercenary girl with a card stuck to her forehead and the innkeeper, Beldun, are in the middle of a rowdy game. They both look up in shock as the door opens. The girl shouts Derek's name, her arms raised in an enthusiastic greeting. Derek stands in the doorway, his silhouette backlit by the streetlights. Derek enters the room with a faint, tired smile. "I'm back," he says simply, acknowledging his friends as he steps into the warmth of the inn. A carriage wheel spins rapidly, kicking up dust as it travels over the cobblestone road. The journey is being made with great haste. The carriage rolls through the countryside under the bright morning sun, leaving the city far behind. It's a journey into the unknown. Inside the carriage, sits alone, looking out the window. His mind is focused on the high-stakes mission his family is undertaking. Back at the estate, Elent is fast asleep in her grand bed. Her long red hair is spread out across the pillows in the morning light. A sudden knock at the door startles her. She pulls a pillow over her head with a groan, insisting that she's on break and wants no lessons today. Her maid, Bella, stands at the door with a nervous expression. She tells her lady that she really needs to come out and see what's happening. Elent gets out of bed with a frustrated sigh, her hair messy and her voice full of annoyance. She's irritated that her first day of rest is being interrupted so early. She rubs her eyes and prepares to face the day, her expression tired and grumpy. She can't believe her simple request for a break was ignored. Grand Duke Eyes is beaming with pride as he greets his daughter, his eyes crinkled in a wide, joyous smile. He clasps his hands together, affectionately calling Elent his pride, his gem, and his treasure. But there was no warm welcome at all, only the door suddenly slamming shut with a bang. The maid Bella maintained her completely quiet and deadpan presence, intently watching the reunion between the father and daughter. On the other side of the door, Elent Alphione Belmeard leans against the wood, looking completely bewildered and caught off guard. She's still in her light orange nightgown, her red hair in a messy ponytail, and she wonders what could have brought her father there so suddenly. Elent opens the door just enough to peek through, offering a nervous smile to her father. She asks him for a moment to change her clothes, promising to be right out once she's dressed for the day. Tristan remains in the hallway, undeterred by the wait as he continues to sing his daughter's praises. Bella stands stoically by the door, her expression unchanging despite the nobleman's dramatic flair. A bright morning sun shines through a clear blue sky dotted with soft, wispy clouds. The peaceful weather sets a calm tone for the conversation to follow. A delicate teacup filled with dark, steaming tea rests on a white marble table. The setting has moved to a scenic outdoor pavilion where the morning air is fresh. Tristan and Elent sit across from one another, enjoying a quiet tea service. Tristan remarks that an opponent from the Duplain house was never going to be easy, while Elent reflects on how much she learned from the experience. Holding his teacup with a satisfied smile, Tristan suggests that they should keep the mercenary tutor, Derek, exclusively at the Belmead house. He believes Derek's teaching is far too valuable to share with other families. Elent looks at her father with a surprised and slightly wide-eyed expression. The idea of monopolizing such a talented tutor seems like a bold and unexpected move to her. Elent voices her concern that the family's retainers will surely object to such an exclusive arrangement. Tristan just laughs off her worries, his expression one of absolute confidence and doting affection. Tristan tells her to simply trust him, his eyes shining with a playful yet firm resolve. Elent smiles back at her father, her amber eyes reflecting the soft morning light as they sit together in the pavilion. The story takes us to the jagged entrance of a dungeon, a dark opening carved into the side of a mountain. Inside, the silence of the cave is shattered by the sounds of a desperate struggle echoing through the stone corridors. Peline, a tough mercenary with a blonde ponytail, turns back with wide eyes and screams a warning to her partner. "Derek, behind you!" Derek is already deep in a cast when a snarling goblin lunges from the shadows, its claws outstretched and ready to strike. But something goes wrong. Sparks of raw, unstable mana dance across his fingers, flickering with a violent intensity. Derek's eyes widen as he realizes the spell is fracturing. He can feel an unnatural resistance in the mana flow that shouldn't be there. Despite the warning signs, he pushes through, trying to force the mana into a high-level formation while surrounded by monsters. He's gambling on a third-rank spell, a tier far beyond his current limits. A dense sphere of flame ignites in front of him. "Fire wall," he commands, committing everything to the cast as the mana reaches a critical state. The spell doesn't just activate, it ruptures. A blinding flash of white light fills the tunnel as the mana backfires, tearing through everything. Through the smoke and debris, Peline screams his name in pure desperation, thinking she's just watched her companion vanish in the blast. The shockwave ripples out of the mountain, sending a flock of birds scattering from the trees into the bright sky. Cut back to the present, where the sun is slowly dipping behind the horizon, casting long, orange shadows across the quiet countryside. At the Beldun's Tier-Inn, news of the incident has arrived, leaving the staff reeling from the shock of Derek's brush with death. Derek sits at a table, his face and arms covered in bandages. Peline and the bearded innkeeper, Beldun, look on with concern and disbelief at his reckless use of magic. He stares at his bandaged hand, explaining the strange incongruity he felt, the same sensation of hitting a wall he experienced when he first reached the second rank. He sighs, pondering the limits of his current magic. To him, the wild school is all about natural flow, so forcing a spell like that was a major mistake. The heavy thud of footsteps on the wooden floorboards catches his attention, pulling the entire table into a tense silence. A tall figure in a dusty cloak looms over them. Derek looks up to see the massive presence standing there, draped in travel-worn robes. The man slowly pulls back his hood, revealing a weathered face and a silver beard. Derek is chilled to realize he can't feel a single drop of mana coming from him. But his instincts are screaming. He knows exactly who this person is, the one undoubtedly standing right in front of his eyes. This is the legendary dressed Wolfdal, recognized across the land as the first and greatest 6th-rank search magician. The old legend gives a tired sigh, asking for some good alcohol to help ease the fatigue from his long travels. Meanwhile, at the Duplain estate, the moon hangs high over the tall spires of the noble mansion. In the middle of the courtyard, Yahello is still hard at work, her figure silhouetted against the night sky as she practices her magic alone. She lets out a sharp breath as a massive aura of blue mana erupts around her, swirling like a localized storm. Her focus is absolute. She's no longer just throwing tantrums, she's pushing herself to master the high-speed manipulation Derek taught her. A shimmering mana spear crystallizes in the air, its tip humming with concentrated energy as it hovers over the stone floor. She grinds her teeth, her fist clenched as she forces her mana to split and replicate, refusing to stop at just one spear. More spears begin to manifest, one after another, until 5 of the glowing weapons are circling her like a crown of light. The effort is draining. Yahello collapses onto her knees, panting for air as the mana begins to dissipate and her concentration slips. One of the spears shatters into harmless fragments of light, the spell finally breaking as her energy reaches its limit. She lets out a frustrated groan, flopping back onto the ground. "Ag, what is this? So annoying," she yells, her usual temper flaring up. "I thought you'd grown up a bit, but your temper is exactly the same," a voice calls out. Yahello jumps in surprise to see her brother standing there. The dark-haired noble leans back, casually nodding that she actually managed to pull out 5 spears. He wonders aloud if it's all thanks to her having such a good teacher. Yahello huffs, crossing her arms and looking away with a pout. She insists she did all the work herself, calling Derek a self-centered guy who didn't really do anything. Her brother just smiles, dropping a bombshell. He's heard that Azeline Duplain is now planning to hire that same self-centered guy as her own tutor. Yahello's eyes practically pop out of her head. She freaks out, shouting that there's no way she'd let that happen, mostly out of concern that Iceland would suffer under him just like she did. He continues to poke the bear, mentioning that Lady Alent also wants to keep employing Derek after their recent duel. Yahello's face scrunches up in annoyance. She stares off into the distance, genuinely baffled by why a guy like him is suddenly so popular with everyone. Her brother laughs, calling her a brat and saying it makes sense since he managed to turn her into a decent person. Alent snaps back immediately. "Who's a bee-brat?" He just keeps walking away, teasing her that it might actually be nice if Derek chose Iceland instead, leaving Yahello fuming in the garden. The unnamed Duplain brother leans back with a mocking smirk, his gray-blue eyes gleaming in the starlight. He continues to needle his sister, playfully suggesting that she might just get lucky enough to see the tutor he knows she's been missing. Yahello's face flushes a deep red as she stammers out a frantic denial, her hands trembling against the floorboards. Her brother just offers a sarcastic, flat response, claiming he'll take her word for it even though her reaction says the exact opposite. The teasing atmosphere shifts as the brother looks up toward the night sky, his expression becoming more serious. He realizes that after such a public display of magic, rumors about Derek's talent have likely spread far enough to draw the attention of every noble house in the city. Inside the quiet space of her private room, Denise Veltas sits pensively with a book and an apple in hand, her long, flowing silver-white hair catching the faint light filtering through the window. Meanwhile, the voice of Grand Duke Duplain echoes over the scene, hopping that the list of competitors fiercely fighting for Derek's time as a tutor will not grow any longer. Night has fallen over the city, and the Beldun's Tier Tavern is glowing with warm light. It's a quiet evening for a meeting that's about to change everything. Inside, the legendary dressed Wolfdal is busy chugging down a massive mug of ale. Derek sits across from him, watching the old man's every move with a mix of curiosity and caution. Derek can't help but wonder why a mage of such incredible caliber would be hanging out in a place like this. He knows the name dressed Wolfdal carries a lot of weight, but the reality is even more imposing. Wiping his mouth, Drest lets out a satisfied sigh and leans in. He looks the young mercenary over and asks if his name really is Derek. Derek confirms it, keeping his guard up. He's surprised that a man of Drest's status even knows who he is. Drest doesn't beat around the bush, asking if they can step outside for a private talk. He makes it clear he wants this conversation to be just between the two of them. Derek stays quiet for a moment, weighing his options. The gaze of the 6-star mage is heavy, leaving him with little choice but to follow. They step out into the cool night air, leaving the noise of the tavern behind. The streets are empty as the two mages begin their walk through the sleeping town. Drest breaks the silence by critiquing Derek's magic, calling his talent ambiguous. He tells the boy it's likely something he's never heard before, especially with everyone else praising his skills. Derek listens intently, his expression stoic despite the harsh assessment. He knows better than to ignore the words of a master, even if they're hard to swallow. As they walk, Drest asks a pointed question. What exactly is Derek hoping to achieve by working so hard at magic? He wants to know what's driving the young man to push himself so much. Derek admits he doesn't have any world-altering ambitions or grand dreams. He explains that since he's managed to grasp even a sliver of talent, he feels compelled to see it through. He's simply curious to see his own limits. He wants to know exactly how far and how much further he can go with the power he's found. Drest looks back at him with a knowing smirk, seemingly satisfied with that answer. It's a simple, honest motivation that resonates with the old legend. He tells Derek that if he truly wants to reach a higher realm as a commoner, his current skills are still lacking. It's a cold truth, but Drest says it without a hint of malice. Then comes the offer Derek wasn't expecting. Drest asks if it would be all right if he stepped in to help guide the boy's training. The weight of the offer hits Derek all at once. He's standing face to face with a 6-star mage, a man whose history is the stuff of nightmares and legends. Drest wasn't born into power. He started as a commoner who hit 2-star by adulthood. By the time he started a family, he had already climbed to the 3-star rank, an impressive feat for someone without a noble name. He became a symbol of hope for all commoners, and his village turned into a gathering place for mages who lacked noble blood. He was their spiritual pillar. But then came the year he reached 4-star, and everything came crashing down. On a night of heavy rain, tragedy struck the place he called home. He returned to find his family murdered, their bodies left on the floor in a pool of blood. It was a senseless act of violence that changed him forever. The shock and grief were overwhelming, his eyes wide as he stared at the life he had lost. The commoner mage's world was completely shattered in a single night. Meanwhile, the ones responsible were tucked away in a grand estate, completely unbothered. A count and his subordinate were casually discussing how Drest had gone into hiding, and the commoner mages were finally staying quiet. They mocked the vulgar commoners for being greedy for magic and tucking their tails so easily. They felt safe behind their noble titles, thinking they had crushed the spirit of a lesser man. The Count continued his arrogant boast, wondering if Drest would ever dare to show his face again. He had no idea that the man he was laughing at was already at his door. Suddenly, the Count's expression twists into pure terror as a shadow looms over him. The arrogance vanishes in an instant as he realizes his past has finally caught up to him. Before the guard can even react, Drest strikes with a flash of light. The man's head is severed cleanly, blood spraying as he falls to the floor. Drest stands in the darkness, his green eyes glowing with a cold, vengeful fury. He's no longer just a mage, he's a force of nature fueled by loss. The Count screams out Drest's name in desperation as the mage closes in. A beam of magic cuts through the air, slicing through everything in its path. In a frantic attempt to escape, the Count is literally torn apart. Drest's magic is precise and brutal, leaving no room for mercy or survival. The Count is pinned down, gasping for air as the light of the spell burns into his vision. All his noble pride is gone, replaced by the raw fear of a man facing his end. He begs for his life, throwing away every ounce of dignity while apologizing profusely. But Drest just keeps walking forward, a silent executioner who has heard enough. His pleas fall on deaf ears as he stares up at the man he once mocked. There's no pity in Drest's eyes, only the finality of a debt being paid. A final, massive explosion of magic levels the estate, silencing the Count's cries forever. The revenge is complete, but the cost was Drest's entire life as a law-abiding citizen. For 30 long years after that night, Drest lived as a fugitive. He stayed on the run from the imperial family and every noble in the land, a ghost moving through the shadows. But as the years passed, Drest didn't just hide. He grew stronger, eventually surpassing the 5-star realm to become a 6-star mage. That's when the imperial family realized they had a massive problem on their hands. They understood that if they kept a man of his power as an enemy, the entire kingdom would be in constant danger. He was simply too dangerous to be hunted any longer. In a surprising move, the imperial family acknowledged that his revenge was justified. They chose to protect their own authority by bringing him into the fold and granting him a formal title. And so the commoner fugitive became a nobleman, earning his place solely through the sheer, terrifying force of his magic. He stands as a living legend, a man who bowed to no one and forced the world to respect him. Back in the present, Derek is stunned, realizing the magnitude of the opportunity before him. The idea that he could be taught by a man with such a history is almost hard to believe. He looks at Drest with renewed focus, his crimson eyes reflecting his resolve. With a chance like this on the table, there's absolutely no reason for him to refuse. The scene opens at Cleon Hall, located in the heart of the Ebelstein noble district. Inside the central conference room, Grand Duke Veltus addresses Grand Duke Duplain regarding his plans to expand north. Veltus offers to dispatch his own knights to assist, wearing a smugly confident expression. Across the table, Grand Duke Duplain looks over a report, his face tightening at the mention of lowly mercenaries. Veltus watches his peer with a condescending smirk, clearly enjoying the growing tension. He doubles down, suggesting it must be hard managing a vast territory with just private soldiers, and that giving it up is always an option. Duplain sits in silence, a dark, crackling aura of annoyance manifesting around his head. Grand Duke Eyes, a man with wavy red hair and a thick mustache, quickly cuts in with a nervous laugh to wrap up the meeting. Eyes tries to steer the conversation toward more pleasant things, mentioning how his daughter Elent fought on par with Veltus's daughter, Azeline. Eyes laughs it off, acknowledging Elent's loss but nodding that her talent is finally starting to bloom. Duplain shifts his gaze back to the papers, thinking that with the right instructor, his daughter could easily pull ahead. He brings up a name that's been on everyone's lips lately, the mercenary Derek. Duplain knows that if Derek ends up teaching Azeline instead, Elent will never catch up. Eyes remain silent as a fierce, competitive red light begins to burn in his eyes. He scoffs at the idea of Derek being moved by personal ties, claiming the others don't understand the boy's character at all. Veltus leans back, looking intrigued as he wonders what makes this young mercenary so special that 2 Grand Dukes are desperate for him. Elsewhere in a much more relaxed setting, Denise Veltus lies on her bed, completely absorbed in a book. The scene shifts to Beldun's Tier, a local tavern standing quiet under the bright midday sun. Inside, the tavern owner welcomes a high-ranking visitor, Grand Duke Eyes himself. The owner looks incredibly nervous, sweat beading on his brow as he faces the powerful noble. Eyes gets straight to the point, demanding to see the commander of the mercenary corps. On the counter, a mug of ale sits untouched as the tension in the room thickens. Seated across from the mercenary commander, Eyes mentions he's come in person since his head butler's letter went unanswered. The commander rubs the back of his head, looking stressed as he admits that Derek has been missing for a few days. He explains that after refusing all new requests, the boy simply vanished without a trace. Eyes rests his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing as he wonders if Duplain or Veltus already snatched him up. He realizes he can't rely on subordinates anymore. He'll have to find the boy himself. The focus shifts to the outskirts of Ebelstein, where the sun shines over the massive estate of Grand Duke Veltus. Inside the residence, Denise takes a big bite of an apple while her eyes remain fixed on a document. Still in her nightgown and glasses, she looks more like a lazy student than a noble lady, with papers scattered all around. Her maid, Bella, informs her that an urgent letter arrived from the Patriarch early this morning. The letter is a direct order. Find the man named Derek and take him as her instructor immediately. Denise lets out a long, heavy sigh, finding the Patriarch's timing incredibly annoying. She stares blankly at the table, realizing that today is supposed to be a very important day for her. She takes off her glasses, a dreamy smile playing on her lips as she thinks about what she's been waiting for. Today is the release of her favorite author's new romance novel, and she's dying to read about the cold Grand Duke's ice greatsword. She groans, knowing her father will just nag her even more later if she doesn't listen now. Turning to her maid, she orders Bella to prepare her clothes because she's heading out. As she finishes dressing, she looks back with a sharp, focused gaze. She has someone to find. The scene cuts to the dark, foreboding silhouette of the Laspa Great Cave under the moonlight. Water drips from sharp stalactites at the entrance, the only sound in the quiet forest night. Deep inside the glowing cavern, Derek and dressed Wolfdal sit together by the water, their training session already underway. Dressed Wolfdal continues his instruction, telling Derek to close his eyes and release his mana in a fine mist, like a subtle sensory web. Concentrating hard, Derek feels the strain of the technique, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he focuses on his energy. Dressed explains that he must feel the mana as it touches objects and bounces back, mapping out everything hidden in the darkness. This is the foundation of search-type magic, which starts as simple threat detection at the basic 1-star level. As a mage advances to 2 and 3 stars, they gain the ability to track specific locations and see through magical disguises. Dressed continues, explaining that at 5 stars one can read minds, and at the ultimate 6-star level, they gain the ability to see the future. Derek is visibly stunned by the concept of clairvoyance, his mind reeling at the power the Elder possesses. Dressed confirms that he saw the future and specifically came to find Derek because he is the only one who can fill a vital role. Wary of what lies ahead, Derek asks for the specifics of what exactly is going to happen to him in this seen future. Dressed brings up the name of a man Derek likely knows, Valerian, a prominent figure in the Empire. He reveals that Valerian is the eldest son of House Duplain, and in the coming years, he is destined to fall into dark ways. According to the prophecy, before Derek even reaches adulthood, this young noble will begin to dabble in the forbidden art of necromancy. The gravity of the situation hits Derek hard, his crimson eye narrowing as he realizes the threat Valerian poses to his life. Dress delivers a cold, final command. Because of this dark future, Derek must be the one to kill Valerian. Derek stares back in silence, the weight of the request to become a high-profile assassin settling heavily on his shoulders. He asks why Valerian would turn to such dark magic, but Dressed closes his eyes, refusing to share any further details for now. Looking out at the quiet forest outside the cave, Dressed warns that learning too much about the future recklessly only makes it more unpredictable. He emphasizes that the days ahead will become complex and difficult to navigate if they aren't careful with this knowledge. Then he drops the most personal bombshell of all. In the current timeline, Derek is destined to die. Dressed is surprised by the boy's calm reaction, nodding that he doesn't seem shocked by the news of his own impending death. Derek remains steady, pointing out that Dressed said he was destined to die, not that his death was a fixed certainty. Dressed confirms that he doesn't want the boy to die either, which is exactly why he has chosen to intervene. He promises to make sure Derek survives, but to do so, the boy will have to reach a level of power beyond his imagination. Dressed stands up and begins to channel his mana, a bright orb of energy forming between his hands as he prepares for the next lesson. He stands at the center of the cavern, looking up at the cave opening as his power begins to swirl and crackle around him. A close-up of his hand shows the intense blue mana leaking from his fingertips, pulsing with incredible magical pressure. He tells Derek that to change fate, he must become strong, not just capable, but overwhelmingly so. A massive beam of blue mana erupts from Dressed's hand and shoots straight up through the cave's opening into the night sky. From below, the two of them look up at the moonlight shining down through the hole, the cave now silent after the display of power. Derek's face is set in a mask of grim determination, his crimson eyes glowing as he accepts the challenge to defy his own death. The scene shifts to the bright, sunny streets of the capital, a stark contrast to the dark and mystical atmosphere of the cave. A fancy blue carriage rolls through the cobblestone streets, its presence signaling the arrival of a high-ranking noble. The horse stamps its hooves as the carriage comes to a stop, the driver holding the reins tight while onlookers watch with curiosity. Denise steps down from the carriage, her white hair shimmering as she accepts the assistance of her faithful maid, Bella. As she stands in the center of town, she immediately becomes the center of attention, with several local men turning bright red at the sight of her. Denise tells Bella that she'll walk the rest of the way on her own, suggesting the maid stay behind and take a break. Despite the offer, Bella follows close behind as they make their way through the busy thoroughfare, drawing stares from every direction. Denise notices the intense gazes of the crowd and pauses, her expression turning into one of slight confusion. She turns to her maid and asks why everyone is staring at her so intently, appearing genuinely puzzled by the attention. The camera zooms in on the elegant flower-shaped choker around her neck as she waits for her maid's explanation. She leans forward with a self-assured smile, asking Bella if it's simply because she's exceptionally pretty. Bella gives her a completely deadpan, unimpressed look, clearly exhausted by her mistress's sudden bout of vanity. Bella continues her blunt critique of her mistress's habits, pointing out that Denise is messy, rarely washes, and spends all her time lying around reading. Denise dismisses the comments with a light-hearted laugh, convinced her maid is just joking, though Bella's expression remains entirely serious. As they walk through the cobblestone streets, Bella urges her to hurry, worried that another noble house will recruit the talented mercenary named Derek first. Denise remains unbothered, confidently stating that no matter how slow she is, her tactical mind still keeps her steps ahead of the competition. She looks down thoughtfully, wondering why a man like Derek, who clearly doesn't hate money, would reject all requests and go into hiding. She visualizes Derek as she last saw him, his hands glowing with intense blue mana, and considers if something more important than wealth has captured his interest. To a dedicated mage, the only thing more valuable than gold is magic itself, such as a powerful ancient grimoire or a legendary mentor. Denise reasons that if Derek has found a way to truly master his craft, he wouldn't waste his time on mundane mercenary work. She puts a finger to her chin, acknowledging that while the Duplain Mansion is a premier training ground, Derek chose to leave it of his own accord. This leads her to a singular conclusion. He must have found a source of knowledge or a teacher even more prestigious than what the Grand Duke could offer. Her blue eyes narrow as she reaches the final piece of the puzzle, her mind racing to identify who could possibly lure Derek away. Bella interrupts her train of thought, calling her Lady Denise to maintain her cover as they arrive at their intended destination. They stand before Beldun's Tier, a quiet tavern with a rustic wooden exterior that serves as a hub for local information. Inside, the bartender, Beldun, looks up from his work and offers a professional welcome to the unexpected visitors. He pauses, his sharp eyes taking in the elegant young woman who has just stepped into his humble establishment. Beldun notes that it's rare for a noble lady to visit personally, especially given how many people have already come looking for the same person today. He informs them that he has no knowledge of Derek's current whereabouts, mentioning that 3 other teams have already left empty-handed this morning. Denise doesn't ask about Derek directly. Instead, she asks if the legendary old mage dressed Wolfdal has been seen in the area recently. The question catches Beldun off guard, his face breaking into a nervous sweat as he stammers out a confused response. Seeing his reaction is all the confirmation she needs. Denise offers a radiant smile and thanks him for the information he didn't even realize he gave. As they step back out into the town, Denise instructs Bella to follow her to the Coachman's Guild to check the local transit records. They head toward the Ebelstein commercial district, passing under the wooden sign of the guild that features a large carriage wheel. Later, inside a quiet room filled with bookshelves, Bella asks how her mistress was so certain that dressed Wolfdal had visited the tavern. Denise leans back in her chair, explaining that it was a simple matter of deduction based on Derek's serious attitude toward his magical training. She argues that if Derek was willing to abandon the resources of a 5-star mage like Duplain, he would only do so for someone even more powerful. She admits with a shrug that she only knew a 6-star mage was headed toward Ebelstein and simply took a calculated guess. A smug smile plays on her lips as she recounts how beautifully the old man, at the tavern fell for her investigative trap. She tosses her white hair back with a flourish, looking for praise as she asks Bella if she isn't the smartest person she knows. Bella stares back with a flat, unimpressed expression, her eyes half closed as she refuses to indulge her mistress's ego. She remarks dryly that since Denise rarely uses her brain for anything else, it's hard to make an objective judgment on her intelligence. Denise collapses onto her stool with a dramatic sigh, complaining that being so brilliantly capable is truly an exhausting burden to carry. Bella's deadpan gaze doesn't waver as she watches the theatrical display, nodding that her lady clearly only hears what she wants to hear. The maid shifts the conversation back to business, asking if they can actually recruit Derek even if they find him before the other houses do. She points out that both the Duplain and Belmeard families are actively pursuing him, but Denise simply smiles and claims to have a perfect plan. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Denise strikes a dramatic pose and declares that she will use the ultimate tactic, a honey trap. Bella looks down at the table, her expression clouding over with a mixture of disbelief and second-hand embarrassment. She points out that the competition is the real Lady Denise, meaning her own reputation is at stake, leaving the noblewoman momentarily confused. Denise leans in close, her blue eyes wide as she asks if Bella truly believes she is prettier than her competition, fishing for a compliment. Bella ignores the question and points to a line in the logbook, announcing that she has finally found the record they were looking for. They lean over the paperwork together, nodding an entry from a week ago regarding a boy in a travel robe who passed through the area. The records point to a specific destination on the outskirts of Ramhell Hill, far from the main roads of the noble district. The path leads directly to the dark, yawning mouth of the Laspa Great Cave, hidden deep within the forested mountain slopes. Deep within the cavern, dressed Wolfdal and Derek sit in meditative silence, surrounded by an ethereal blue glow as mana swirls around them. Dressed Wolfdal suddenly pauses, his head bowing slightly as he closes his eyes to sense a disturbance in the quiet atmosphere of the cave. He informs Derek that unexpected visitors have arrived, noting that they appear to be representatives from House Veltus. Derek remains motionless, his expression unreadable, as his mentor tells him to go out and meet them since they are technically his guests. In another part of the cave, water drips steadily from the sharp stalactites, the sound echoing through the damp, dark passage. Denise and Bella wade through the ankle-deep water, the maid looking around nervously as she suggests they return with reinforcements. Denise lifts her skirt to keep it dry, firmly rejecting the idea because reporting back to the patriarch would mean she wouldn't receive any credit for the find. She looks back over her shoulder, adding that moving a large group of soldiers would surely alert rival noble houses to their target's location. Suddenly, Bella lets out a sharp gasp, her finger trembling as she points into the pitch-black shadows ahead of them. Two piercing red orbs flare to life in the darkness, looking like the malevolent eyes of a waiting predator. Denise immediately moves in front of her maid, her stance becoming defensive as she warns Bella to stay back. She stares at the glowing red eyes, confused because the area was supposed to have been completely cleared of monsters. Beads of sweat form on her face as she admits her lack of skill in offensive magic, yet she realizes she has no choice but to defend herself. The sound of heavy footsteps splashing through the water and stepping onto the rocky shore rings out, drawing closer. Denise begins to chant an incantation in an ancient script, a circle of blue mana manifesting around her hand as she prepares to strike. The shadow steps into the faint light, revealing Derek's stern face and glowing crimson eyes as he looms over the two women. Denise stops her spell in midair, her blue eyes widening in realization as the monster is finally identified. Derek stands before her, his white hair messy and his tunic covered in dust, as he asks what brings Lady Denise to such a remote place. Denise lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding, looking up at the mercenary she has spent so much effort tracking down. The three of them stand together in the middle of the glowing blue cave, the tension from the false alarm slowly beginning to dissipate. A self-assured smile spreads across Denise's face as she looks down at her elegant flower-shaped choker. She looks directly at Derek with a playful but calculated gaze, internally declaring that it is finally time to make him hers.